Hmm. Mm. And good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. And welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Alba. I am your sensei, your griot, here to tell you a story and don't believe a word I say. This show is not for children, not for snowflakes, not for people who don't have anything in them. Let's, hmm.
This stuff works like a magnet.
What if you found out that the clone that he's wearing actually has a high concentration of
In the population.
It's what happens when cowards encounter adversity. When cowards encounter adversity, they give in quick. They give in quick and they decide that what they're doing by giving in quick is virtuous. There's also very clear influence of both the media and of the politicians by these massive pharmaceutical companies. If you want to talk about the most criticized and most disparaged aspect of our society when it comes to like the dangers to people's health, the desire to earn unstoppable and constantly ever growing amounts of money every year, a big one was pharmaceutical companies. Forever we've been suspicious of those people. Forever people have pointed to them as being one of the real problems with capitalism that mixed with medicine. And here's my biggest fear. It's an engine for controlling the population. It's an engine for the institution of some sort of social credit system. If we give into that kind of surveillance over here, the government will be watching every goddamn thing you do. And I think that's coming.
Wow, yeah. That's accurate. And it's not only coming.
It's here. It's not only coming, it's here. What do you think this little thing is? It's a surveillance device. This technology came from what was known as the Keyhole Spy satellite. All they did was miniaturize it and put it in your hand. When you Google, you aren't Googling Google. Google is Googling you. Everything you ask Google, putting in an algorithm and making a database about you. Thus, they are enabling to sell advertisements, to sell information, to give to companies like Amazon and Walmart, to basically make you a commoditized entity, right? If you were to go look at H.G. Wells' most famous and most read book, Hail NC, it is The Outline of History by H.G. Wells. And his next most popular book was made into a movie was Things to Come. And most people don't even know those books. They know Time Machine, Island, Dr. Moreau, War of the Worlds. He was popular like pop fiction, but there are people like Jules Verne, but he wasn't a scientist. H.G. Wells was. He was a learned guy. And H.G. Wells came from poverty, and his mother was a maid. She was, that TV show, People Down Under, up down staircase or whatever that is. She worked at for big rich folk, and they didn't have daycare, so he would come along, and he would just read books in the library. Nobody went into the rich guy's library. It was just there as an edifice. And H.G. would read. And then his mother put him off to apprenticeship as a window hanger, and he just couldn't take it. So he walked home and said, "Listen, Mom, I'm going to kill myself. I can't do that job." So she, again, took him back to the rich guy's house, and he read. And the guy said, "Well, why don't we send him to school?" So he did. And in school, English schools were very competitive. And they were called public schools, but the public schools were for the really rich people. But it's very competitive. So he wasn't a rich guy, but he always top of the class. He just kept being top of the class. And that's how the ruling structure found those few people that they needed to run their instrument of control. And that was H.G. Wells. He ended up as a college professor or an instructor, and he was doing pretty good. And he had, his own mind about everything, especially sex. So he kind of got the hots for his cousin, and they kind of got married, and that didn't work out. So he started fooling around with lots of other folks, and then he found this other person that was like simpatico with his worldview. And so he got a divorce from his cousin, and then he had this job as an instructor, and as he was doing that, he wrote The Time Machine. And he sold it for £100 to a publisher who thought it was really good. And £100 in those days was like, 10 grand, 20 grand. So that's pretty good, right? So he wrote that book in a few weeks and he got 10 grand. He still had his day job, his wife, and he wrote another book. And The Time Machine became popular, and the publisher made pretty good money. So the next book, I think, was The Invisible Man, and that sold, and so he had Time Machine, Invisible Man, Island, Dr. Moreau. What else? Another book, and then War of the Worlds, and those were very popular. And as each book came, he got more and more for each book, and by the third book, he got a big check to begin with, and he got royalties. So every book sold, he got a couple pennies, whatever. And so he was being a popular guy, and he wrote other books that were more, because he was a scholarly dude, were more scholarly. And he wrote a few more books that became popular. And then right at the turn of the century, maybe, his first book was published in 1893. I think the book, The Outline of History, was written before World War I or just after World War I. And by that time, he was well-known and a popular writer, and he was respected because, like I said, Jules Verne was an adventurist. This guy, that he was coined the phrase futurist because the things he was talking about had a scientific value, base, understanding, because he was a scientist. And so literary people liked his prose. Scientific people said, well, he's one of us, and he's trying to bring scientific understanding into the general public, so they got their support. And they were good stories. He was a good griot, so he was successful. So in that 20-year period, he went from being, poor guy who kind of had a break to get education and kind of got a job as an instructor to a guy who went up in the ranks into being a professor. So he got better pay and better respect, and he was a popular writer. So by the time First World War came around, he was respected, popular. He's doing pretty good. He's making some money. But either before or just after World War I, he wrote The Outline of History. He did it like he took 1 year off and wrote that book. And that book became the most read book on the planet. Next to the Bible, that book was read by more people. More people read that book in the most read book in the 20th century from 1900 to like 1950 was that book. Have you ever heard of it? No, because it is that good. I mean, it really. So he takes that all the way to his next book, which is Things to Come, which is again kind of like War of the Worlds or more science fiction novel. But it took this scholarly book, The Outline of History, and took it from that point on, right? And it starts right in that period in the 20s and goes to the year 3000. and pretty much he has hit every mark. But he, was a book of fiction, whereas the Outline of History was a scholarly book, most read book of the 20th century between 1900 and 1950. Then other books became more popular, and the access to the written word became easier. So anyway, we should be looking at his work. He's a good singular author and he's covering so many different angles, looking at so many different things, and that's kind of where we are. And it's like, what's coming, And that little thing I just showed you from Joe Rogan, I mean, anything on the media, including me, don't believe what I say. I'm a griot, I'm not, H.G. Wells. Maybe someday, but, I have, H.G. came from a very poor thing, very little support. His mother loved him and did her best, but that's not what he wanted to do. And so what he wanted to do, she didn't really believe in until he became successful and bought her a house. And then she said, well, maybe that was a good idea. And so my life, I've been very loved and very supported, not in the conventional sense per se, but in the big picture. And that's been my essence, my kind of where, in my itinerant scholar career, I was paid to, I was like a past futurist, meaning I looked at the trends of things, and how I looked at it was like way, 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 way long time ago and see what was coming, right? And because if you want to know what's going on the planet, those guys who drill holes in the cores up there in the North and South Pole, and they go way, way down, and they pull up these cores, and in those cores of ice are all these little bubbles, and all those little bubbles are little pieces of history, right? And people look at all the old trees. There are hardly any old trees left, and that's for a reason. Not only did they use them, to build boats and furniture and houses, but they were getting rid of history. And you see the wars of the last, let's say, since 1984, which is a good period because, good old, who's the guy who wrote 1984? Not H.G. Wells, but, and not the guy who wrote the other story. What's his name? The guy who wrote 1984 is just a direct opposite of H.G. Wells, in that he was Orwell, but, George. And Orwell came from a well-to-do family, and he did not have the trials and tribulations of H.G. And so in reality, Orwell was more the what would be considered just like Marx was. Who paid for Marx? It's the Rothschild. Marx wrote Das Kapital in England, right? And, Rothschild was paying his bills, along with Engels. And they wrote this book as the loyal opposition to the, corporate state, right? To the oligarch. We don't have capital. We have crony capitalism. And that is, very similar to, good old days of the Dark Ages, the Duke, the Earl, or in Italy, you have the Padrone who owned everything and the people. And those people weren't, he treated those people not quite as slaves, but like his innocent children that he would use until they died, and he kind of took care of them, but only because it made economic sense, just like, the Southern plantation owners kind of took care of the black folk because it was good for business. And also, back when the term King Cotton was termed, in 1840, Mississippi made $6 billion in 1 year, 1840, on cotton. It's billion with a B in 1840. Today, that would be like $2 trillion, meaning that one state had the economic power of like England, meaning they could tell England, listen, you do what we say, or we won't give you any cotton. If you don't get any cotton, you can't run those mills. You can't run those mills. You can't employ 30% of your population. You'll have a depression like you can't believe, and you have a lot of pissed off people. So you better do what we say. During the Civil War, the South plantation owners owned so much stock in New York Stock Exchange. New York State was going to succeed with the South because the South said, if you go against us, we're taking all our money out of the New York Stock Exchange. And that would have been an economic collapse of gigantic proportions. So just what I'm telling you is to show that what the narrative of history is a joke, because there's something behind it, something deeper. It's been going on for a real long time. And all the religious mumbo jumbo, when Marx said religion is, the opiate of the masses, well, he was true. Religion, but not spirit. Spirit is this organic, spiritual, hyperdimensional connection between us and the universe, right? It's like the internet, right? It's the spiritual internet. And religion isn't. Religion's a scam, and basically all religions are. And now many religions, like you look at Islam, you had the great prophet Muhammad, and that's what he called himself. He didn't call him God or Jesus or anything. He was the great prophet Muhammad, and he was actual historical character that you can see who he was, where he came from, his family, all the rest. They actually had position in the social structure. He wasn't a poor guy, wasn't a carpenter that no one knew about. He was actually a historical character. And he came forth with an understanding, the shamanic, psychosocial, cultural, forensic, anthropologic, alchemical understanding of what was going on around him. What is, shamanic? It's a frame that a worldview is put on. Where do you get that worldview? First, you have to look at the psychology, how someone thinks about their worldview. What are they doing here? It's your psychology, right? And that's why Freud and the others were so important, because they kind of realized that those dynamics that they basically took from the Greeks, and the Greeks took them from the Mesopotamians, and they took them from the Babylons and the Sumerians, and then all the other guys before that. And human history, can be, if you take it apart forensically, especially you read King James, right? And there's this section of King James that's called Kings, right? And it names all the kings, boom, 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 boom. And it says how long they lived. And some of those kings lived 20,000 years. Right in the Bible. I believe the book. The book says. Well, you put all those kings together, and that goes way, farther than 6,000 years that some of the yokels, biblical text said, we've only been here 16 days, it was made in 4 minutes, come on, please. So, but you don't have to believe me or anybody else, because if you connect yourself, shamanically, that frame, psychologically, understanding what your worldview, what the limited 5 sentences you have, you look at it as a frame, then you say, frame, psychology. Next one is social, right? So what is social? That is you within the construct of whatever social structure you live in, what town you live in, community, your family, what are your orientations? What are your orientations? Your religious orientation, your historical orientation, what you're doing right now, your job, what you see yourself as, your sexual orientation, your tastes and beliefs. Those are all orientations, right? And they are mostly more or less opinions, right? So you have to give take everything you think you know with a grain of salt, right? Like, don't believe yourself. Definitely don't believe me, but don't believe yourself. Then you have your cultural, like where grandma and grandpa came from. You know, what's their heritage? What did they celebrate? What are their festivals? What do they eat? Those kind of dynamics. They influence all of those others. Your frame, your psychology, your social structure, orientation, your culture is one of the bedrocks of that, right? Then you take all of that and you take it apart forensically, right? And you look at all the threads and you see how it weaves together. You see what tapestry it makes, right? Then you look at that image of the tapestry, understanding where all those threads came from, and you look at it with the eyes of an anthropologist. And what is that supposed to do? Anthropology was really designed by white men to prove that white men were superior. But what it said it was trying to do was to take off their prejudicial glasses and look at, meaning if you're going to go study a tribe, you don't go in there in a three-piece suit driving a Humvee. You kind of walk in barefoot, wearing a grass skirt, just like those guys, right? And or just show up like, St. Patrick he worked for the Roman Empire. And the Romans were just expanding, just like we are doing, expanding, taking over everything. And they had a great business plan because they would march in with a kick-ass army into a country. And they wouldn't attack it. They put themselves right on top of the mountain so the king could see them. And then the emissary would come from Rome and come to him and come with a gift, like a big chest of gold, and say, listen, we think you're really cool. We want to bring you into the fold, but we don't want to change your religion or what you eat or you being the boss or any of the above. What we want is that you are our ally and you're very profitable. We want to give you a cut, right? And we're going to maximize your profitability by giving you that army. So anybody who gets in your face, you can go kick their butt, those guys. Just got to give us our cut, give us our, token, and, start printing your money with Caesar's face on it, right? And that was their business plan. And so they expanded. And it worked relatively well. It was based on Alexander's, he conquered their planet first because he did it even better. He went into those places and said, you guys are great. And I'm not going to leave. Instead of leaving an army here that I'm saying you could borrow, no, I'm leaving you this one smart guy, and he will assist your king to organize your country and not change anything, your religion, what you eat, any of that stuff. No, but to expand because we have all these other countries that are allies, right? And he will develop this ability for you to be diplomatic, to be economic, to, expand your profitability, right? And just we're not asking you to even put my face on your money, right? All we want you to do, this guy's going to be, he don't do what he says, he's just giving you advice. But what he's going to do is put a library of all this information that you don't have, but we're going to, knowledge is power. So we're going to put this library here and we're going to put a university here and bring great teachers from all this empire to educate all of your nobility's children to become great leaders. And that's all, and that way we will have peace. We won't have to worry about, people on our borders coming after us, and we are allies, right? But you have your own country. We don't want to mess with how you run it or anything. We're just going to give you this guide to give you advice. We're going to put a library here, which we're going to give you information that you just don't have access to, and knowledge is power. And we're going to bring you a university that will bring the best knowledge to your noble children so they can rule better and better. So that's a great selling thing. Romans kind of were like twisting your arm. We're leaving you that army, which meant we're going to basically occupy your country. Right? I mean, Jerusalem during the time of Jesus is a good example, right? The Jews ran the place, the Romans didn't kill Jesus, the Jews did. And it wasn't even the Jews because Jesus was a Jew. No, it was a hierarchy, right? The people who were making money. And they were all for it. When he shows up in Jerusalem on Palm Sunday, the Sunday before they whack him, they're all, oh, he's going to be our king. Oh, he's going to be our king. Woo, woo, woo. And the moneyed people in the temple going, well, this is going to be great. He's going to be our poster boy. We're going to put him out there. He will do our song and dance like a monkey for us. And it'll keep everyone down on the farm and we'll make more money, right? And so he comes in, everyone throws the palms on the road. He comes in, everyone loves him. He spends the night in a nice place. Next day, they invite him in for lunch to talk over the business plan. And what does he do? He kicks over the money changers and throws them out. And it says, tells these guys, no, this ain't how it's going to work, And that's when they go, no, we picked the wrong guy. Oops, we have to get rid of him. And so the Romans, punched Pilate. He didn't want to whack him. He turned it back into the hands of those guys. And so they used a little loophole, and put it out in front, which do you want to get? Barabbas, this guy who kills all your children and women, he's sicko, killer, steals, robs, he's a terrible guy. Or this Jesus guy, who do you want to kill? Which one? This guy who's really, he's probably going to kill you. We let him go. Or this guy who's never hurt anybody and brought a lot of people back from the dead and, turns a lot of fishes and bread into more. Which one? Give us Barabbas. Okay, we're going to, of course, because some guy out there, And so you look at things like this. So you heard little Joe going on about woo, woo, woo. So I like Joe Rogan. He's an interesting guy, but he is at the top of the heap. 11 million people on the average watch his show. 700,000 watch CNN all day. For 3 hours, Joe, 11 million. That whole day, 700,000. Or between 700,000 and 1.2 million. That's like, really? So there's something wrong there. One, the average public is starting to take the red pill and know that something's wrong, right? Now, knowing that there's something wrong and knowing what is that thing wrong is two different things. Because once you get that little thing in your head that there's something wrong, you're susceptible. Someone, hey, this is what the problem is, Let us see. Oh, here we go.
What did the Stoics know about what?
Come on.
What separates successful people, truly effective people, whether it's in your career, your relationships, or your community, it makes them different.
From the Second World War to tell you about my new history channel. It's called History Hit.
It's
like Netflix.
Commercial.
Of history documentaries on there and interviews.
I didn't realize it's one of the bigger bombers. Look how small that cockpit is.
Or just search online for History Hit and make sure you use the code TIMELINE to get a special introductory offer. Now enjoy this show.
How did that guy, a loser, take the most educated, most sophisticated, unbelievable country like Germany with a democratic government, the Weimar Republic, most democratic in all of Europe, and do this to the world?
The 1930s saw Germany turn from a shattered nation into a military powerhouse. It was to wage war on the nations which just 11 years earlier had left Germany a broken country and a population bereft of pride in the wake of World War I. One man created this transformation, Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was one of the few people in Germany who welcomed another war. He wasn't scared.
Hitler's magnetism was not only something which could convince enormous crowds, but was also incredibly powerful, like a potent narcotic.
Really? One psychopath could do all that? You know, never graduated high school. I mean, he did read a lot of books, but no, he was used. He was a poster boy. Every piece, all of his story has poster boys, right? Never tells you the real story. Now, you just a little bit of poking at things, you can figure out what's going on, right? It's fish, eating fish, Anthony, and their fish. Gotta sleep, enjoy it. For me, 10-4 night, man. So here it is, 9:21. So it's 5 hours there. So 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So Anthony's going to bed at 2:30. Okay. So I did a nice long 5-hour show this afternoon. And hey, they're fishy. Sweet fish. And so I was all over the place, right? Wee woo. And I think I cursed more in that show than I ever have. And I was like getting it out of me. And so I've been not stuck. I've been here at the school for 2 weeks now. The road has been frozen solid for 2 weeks. And last night we had about 2 inches of snow. And I was like, oh, more of that. Oh. And then it got really cold. And all that fluffy snow just turned into a brick of ice again. You know, my car is just like an icicle. And, you know, so yeah, there is this concept of, you know, cabin fever. So I had a little bit of that this morning. And so I purged myself. I told a lot of stories. I went all over the place. And the major theme was, it's up to you. Whatever your life is, it's up to you. You can't, you know, blame anybody but yourself, right? When I've had a lot of businesses and I had employees, and I basically never blame my employees. And so I took that as my, first off, I took people who knew nothing about what I wanted them to do. You know, I wanted them to be electricians, right? Or I wanted to be filmmakers. You know, I had a video production company and other things, right? But those were the two. The electrician thing was the major thing that I employed people. The other people I employed for other business, they actually had experience in what I wanted to do. And I just gave them the opportunity to flex their muscles, right? But the electrical helpers I grabbed, you know, I was living in really poor neighborhoods, you know, and that was one of the things I was trying to get over, is how people. So I'm here with John, you know, and he said, "Oh, you're just here because you're cold in the woods." No, actually, I've been looking at the weather. It's been 15, 20 degrees every day, warmer there than here. It's had, you know, since I've been here, it's been warmer every day there than here because it's south. It's south by 200 miles, you know. It is up in the mountains. And we've only had a little snow there. We've only had a few inches, right in my holler. And my neighbor said, yeah, it hadn't been as bad as last year. And he chuckled. He said, last year was the first year in 20 years that you actually lived there, and we had a heavy-duty snow. And now you're not here. It's not so bad. Stay away on the winter time. So I come here. This is the coldest, the most, you know, it always snows up here, but it snows however much. And then a couple of days later, it's 50, it rains, and it goes away. We've had 6 inches of ice on the road for 2 weeks. And 5 other families lived on this road, and 2 people wrecked going down, and the other 3 kind of, screwed up their car and then had to leave their car down on the blacktop and walk up 2 miles on an ice skating rink at 40 degrees. And it hadn't been easy on those guys. That's why I just stand here. But it's what we choose. So I chose to be here with John because I came back here 2 weeks before Thanksgiving. I've been in this neighborhood now. I came for the first month and a half and stayed at my friend's farm and took care of the farm while they went away to go visit their kids in the West. And that was nice. It was quiet. Nothing happened. I could go. There was no snow, but no bad weather. The weather wasn't even that cold. It was nice. Came up here, and within a week, it was really cold all the time, but didn't snow. And then it snowed, and then it snowed again in a big way. And I've been here. So what I have came to Roanoke to do is that this was a town that I've spent a good 20 years in. And as a social scientist, I kind of stayed here because I discovered that it was the microcosm of the United States, just like Munich was the microcosm of Germany. Germany was like Hungary. I mean, all these countries that, Hitler turned into Germany. And it had been that Germany a couple of times, and it would break away. And anyway, so it's interesting. If you've ever been to Germany, it is kind of more than any other place in Europe. It's not the biggest country, but it's kind of like the United States because there are 5 different areas of Germany where those people are distinctively different than the other 5. Where in France, yes, they're Parisians, but the rest of the French are French. And even the Parisians are French. They're French, period, French, right? Italians, pretty much. Yes, there are different places. There's Rome, there's Sicily, there's lots of other, Bologna, there's lots of other really great cities that are very different, but they're all Italian. Germany, not so much, right? And even when they are integrated, like right now, and that is the amazing structure and power of Germany, is that once they do get integrated, they're almost unstoppable. And then the little tiny country that has no resources, how do they, in the last 200 years, constantly became a world player? It's like if Lithuania became a world player, not so much, right? But Germany does, right? Why? Because they have this amazing diversity that once it comes together, it's amazing. And the United States, the same thing. It's a big country, and we are a country of immigrants, so very diverse. But we are all Americans. And when we come together, all as Americans, it's amazing the stuff we do. But it's very easy to distract and disrupt and separate all those different people. And very like the Koch brothers, a good example, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers. These are family dynasties that play the American public like a fiddle. And before them, there was the, Biltmores, the Astors, and many others. And so that's been the history of America. And that's why we have been we are, the Roman Empire went to Brittany, and the Britons became the Roman Empire, right? And what made England really an amazingly strong entity for the last 600 years, give or take, is that they brought into it. There's a Hungarian, Germanic Hungarian. I mean, the present royal family is more German Prussian than English, and so. That's what I'm saying. There are all of these amazing things in the background that kind of do this and do this and do this and do this and do this. And it's about power. Because if you go way back to, you read the Bible and the Torah, and it talks about the sky people come down, and that's what many modern interested philosophers, anthropologists, historians say, we are a race manifested by aliens. And you could see that if you were looking at things the way Darwin did, survival of the fittest, evolution, all that. Well, there is no evolutionary link for us. And what's truly interesting, all the other species on this planet are designed to survive and thrive on this planet. But us, we don't. We have to rip and destroy, and we do not live in balance very well. Just look at our present planet, not too balanced, and we're destroying species and environments and habitats. No other species does that, right? So there, just on the surface, it would tend to say that we human beings come from someplace else, right? And we definitely have a real problem. All the other species, plants, phylum, they are connected to spirit, and they don't. We've been given free will. Well, free will, or we come from someplace else that would just wacko, crazy, selfish, stupid people. Whereas the other animals, dolphins, whales, gorillas, chimpanzees, they're all pretty. Dogs. My dogs were always smarter than I was. My mama dog, Duka, yes, honey, whatever you say. She was right all the time, right? And Bella, same thing. I have 3 mama dogs that's why I had them, because I found them. They were little pups. Someone was about to kill them. I said, wait a minute, give me that. I'll take it. And I didn't want a dog. I didn't have the time. I didn't have the space. But I wasn't going to let somebody kill them, or any animal, or any person. So the guy I'm amused by, who I call the Will Rogers of the 21st century, is this guy. Where is he? There he is.
Let me let you in on a little secret here. All of these online gurus out there have it backwards. So, for instance,
This guy.
Yep, too full.
JP.
I want to thank the sponsor of today's video, Cacao Bliss, made by Earth Echo Foods. I fiercely love Cacao Bliss, almost to a ridiculous degree, borderline unstable degree, but for good reason. Like, one, it's absolutely insanely delicious. Pfizer. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So how did you guys come to be running by? Well, we want him in a poker game.
Kevin won him in a poker game. He is quite the player. He found himself in a game with young Hunter Biden.
Now, crack may not make you better at poker, but it sure as shit makes you think you're better at poker.
Kevin went all in on a pair of aces. Now, Hunter was out of money for obvious reasons, so he bet his dad.
Well, it turns out Hunter had a high card of a 9, not a strong hand. So we got Joe Biden.
At first it was pretty casual, kind of like just a fun joke, but it's become a pretty fulfilling full-time job. And we can't leave him now. I mean, he depends on us. It's kind of like if you've been feeding a stray cat for a while, you can't just stop feeding him, because then no one would look after him.
So that guy's, he's pretty funny. But when you look underneath it all, he is like the loyal opposition. There is no one on media, including yours, Riyadh here, who is not the loyal opposition. And I'm straight up. Come on, guys, hire me again, because I'm a firm believer that whether it's Mr. Baloney Loney or JP ruling the planet, it doesn't matter. As long as we do our best and have the spirit of love's co-creation in our heart, no matter what those chuckleheads do, it's not going to, one reason why we're still here, I worked a great deal where I was given the opportunity to see behind the curtain. And one reason I worked in the corporate world for 10 years and gained 260 pounds and died in a plate of spaghetti is that I really said, well, this is it. I don't know how much longer that these fools can keep it up, but we're toast. We have done so much wrong that we are frigging toast. So I spent those 10 years having a good time, just did not, I had my 3 rules. Doctor, do no harm. Do not get involved unless you have a workable exit strategy and you're going in to take the innocent out of harm's way. And don't get involved unless you can learn something to make it better, right? So I did that, right? And I did that in the dynamic of cajoling myself. Okay, I'm just going to do this. And deep in my subconscious, I was kind of doing the same thing. That Johnny boy, so I just want to kill myself. But instead of just staying all by yourself up in the castle on top of the mountain going, I just want to kill myself, I went out and had a good time. Instead of buying a gun and eating it, I had a good time. That was my, instead of eating a gun, I was eating, to die for chocolate cake, like 5 of them a day, And I have to say, I don't regret a minute of that because I had a good time. I helped a lot of people. I did a lot of good. I learned a lot of stuff. I got a lot of innocent folk out of harm's way, but, I did kill myself, in a plate of spaghetti, but, my once I, went and was in the circle of my being, my life review, as they call it. Everyone had party hats and cake and ice cream and little noisemakers, and everyone's patting me on the back. You did a great job. Oh, you're such a good boy. Oh, blah, 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 blah. And then I looked at my teachers, and they were smiling and going, "Yep, you're the best. You're doing a good job." But, and I said, "Wait a minute. But what? No, I'm not. I'm dead, right? I'm here. I'm gonna just take it easy, kick up, and read some books, and enjoy the sun, and smell the flowers." And no, you can do that. But what? Tell me. Okay, what did I miss in this picture? But you said you were going to do X. Now you've done lots. You've done 3/4 of X. You still actually did better. You've done 80% of X. You got 20% left. Well, you get a lot of gold stars, but you did not finish what you said you would do, which means you have some karmic weight. But because you did such a good job, we're going to give you the opportunity to go back and, do that 20%. The way you do everything else. We're not going to tell you what to do or how to do it or any of that other stuff. And we're not going to say, oh, those 10 years that you died in a plate of spaghetti, that was bad. No, that was good. You learned stuff. You didn't do any harm. You got people out of harm's way. No, you were within the parameter of your contractual dynamics. And no, that was just a little, sidebar of learning something, and you learned a lot, right? Mm-hmm. But that learning of that does come at a cost, and that is you have to go back if you can. You can choose to stay here and hang out and smell the roses and just take it easy for a while, but you will be sucked up into the wearing blender of karma and spat out. Who knows where? Because by not completing what you agreed to do, but you've done 80% of it, so you did a good job. So wherever you're going to be spat, it won't be that bad, but it won't be that taking that step forward. You'll just be kind of in the tomorrow of the tomorrow of the tomorrow, but you'll be 80% ahead of where you were, and so you'll know that, and so next time, that next life, you will probably do better. You'll get that 20% plus, and so you'll better than anybody, everyone gets to go home, but this ain't the time. So you can go back, but when you go back, you were 460 pounds, and you were still bopping around. You were doing pretty good. Well, that extra weight took some toll on that body. It died. So you're going to come back. So that's going to take a little more toll on your body. So it's going to be you won't be able to walk. They probably want to cut your legs off and crack your chest and quadruple bypass, and that'll kind of slow you down. So that what might take you 3 or 4 years to do that 20% might take you 20. And it will, you won't be that comfortable. I mean, you were pretty comfortable at 460. I mean, boy, you could swing. Boy, you were dancing like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever, But you guys saw me dance the other night. I can still dance, So I said, okay, I'll go back. And I did. And I bounced up like Chatty Cathy on a gurney as they were going to roll me in to cut my legs off and crack my chest. Perfect timing. I scared the crap out of everyone because I was on IV of fentanyl. And the doctor there, the drug doctor, couldn't believe that I was awake. He was like, "What?" And the nurse shat in her pants, and the orderly ran away. So I said, "Buddy," I kind of grabbed him, so I could sit up. Listen, I did not agree to this, but you're going to die if you don't have the opportunity. Fuck that. I'm not going to die. If I was going to die, I'd be dead already. Roll me back into that ICU. But your lawyer said we could do that. He's not my lawyer. He does not have the power of attorney. He is my client. I work for him. He has no authority over this body. You just told him that if you did this stuff, I'd be ready to go to work for him in 2 weeks. And that's never going to happen. I'll be dead, or definitely not be able to work in 2 weeks. So you can either, lose everything you have by touching me in that operating room, and because I'll get him to sue you, and he's going to lose so much money because I can't finish what I was supposed to do for him, that he will be desperate to sue you and own this hospital and your children and your dog and your grandma. So better roll me in that ICU. So they did. The guy came and said, "What's wrong?" He said, "You were going to get cured." I said, "Give me a break. No, this is what I need." And I gave him a big list. I said, "Get out your pen. Get out your Palm Pilot. This is what I need. I need you to take me to your really nice house in the Keys. I need a colonic therapist. I need acupuncturist. I need nutritionist. I need a endocrinologist. I just gave him a whole list of all the things I need. And in 2 weeks after that colonic therapist pumps every bit of crap out of my colon, after the acupuncturist makes me a pin cushion, and the nutritionist gets me on a diet that will keep me alive, and the endocrinologist does a serious look at my organs and my blood, and we make a strategy to keep this boy alive for the next 5 months. In 2 weeks, I will be able to go and take care of that. And you just go like you were gonna go to the judge and get a constituency, and I'll be ready to go within 3 weeks. And you still have 2.5 months. So that if I was under the knife, I'd probably die, and or wouldn't definitely not be able to do. I mean, just imagine you not having lungs and someone cracking your chest open and redoing the plumbing of your organs. You wouldn't be doing too good, right? You couldn't go back to work in 2 weeks, you think? So I said, you're right. Okay. So I stayed 2 more days in that hospital. He took me down to the thing in an ambulance, so I wouldn't die on the route. And he had all his people waiting for me. And, the colonic girl, she just kind of pumped, I saw that last piece of To Die For chocolate cake go out to glass pipe. And, so they, in those 2.5 weeks, got me to a place where I could go back to his office and finish the negotiation and finish the thing. He was a righteous guy. Not only did he pay me off, he let me stay in his fancy smancy house on the Keys, and kept those people taking care of me for another 1.5 months because he had another project for me. And so he kept me there rather than me to bounce around and probably die. So, that was his ulterior motive, but that was still why I'm here today. And then I came back to the deep green, and I spent a year up here. Basically, all I ate was oatmeal and onions, right? And then I sold the place to John, and then John needed my help. So that was a motivation for me but he can't even remember how bad I was. And he keeps saying, he keeps saying things that he has no knowledge about, because that's his worldview. Now, your worldview, most people's worldview is an hallucination because this world we live in is an illusion. And so, they don't even do things that are good for them. And that's why the world is as screwed up as it is, right? Because everyone believes in their little things. So you look at Joe Rogan, and he was a stand-up comedian, pretty mediocre. He had a gig at NBC, world's largest, owned by GE, world's largest military-industrial complex. And he was on a TV show called Fear Factor. He was the MC. And they went back to being, a two-bit comedian, and then bingo, here's a podcast, and more people watch him than any other media outlet in the United States, period, right? By 1,000%. How does that happen? When your Sensei Al Bob here only gets, 38 people watching. And for that question, we're going to go to our next guest because there's 2 people here and 6 likes, thumbs up. So there's more people out there watching. So we'll see where we go. Here's our boy. So this guy, he's a very interesting guy. He's quite the philosopher. He's a musician, recording engineer. He's a lot of things. And I think he's been taken by aliens because he has a very strange answering device. Here he comes.
Hi, we're not now. Please leave a message and we'll give you a call back as soon as we can. Thanks. Have a great day.
Here comes
Bye.
the aliens.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, simply hang up or press pound for further options.
It's really strange because the aliens are no longer there. Hey, Slim, I'm calling you again. And it is about almost 10 p.m. here, so it's probably about 8 p.m. there. I'm on the live Dreamy Dreamland, and I was just calling to see if you wanted to be, my live guest. And we talk about philosophy and the I Ching and all those great things that you're so knowledgeable about. Anyway, but you're not there, and you seem to call me back when I'm not around my phone, so we're kind of playing phone tag. So anyway, here it's not, we still have days to go, and I'm still iced in. I'm still in Ice Station Zebraland, but they're saying that it's going to be in the 50s next week. Now, if it rains, all this stuff will be gone. But still, I'm on the north side. Even 6 inches of a block of ice. I don't know if just 50s during the day and 38 at night is going to get rid of it. So I will know better middle of the week. So, let's get a hold of each other and we'll take it from there. I love you, baby. Talk to you later. Okay. So he doesn't like to be part of this. Let's try Pete. Now, Pete's a very interesting guy. He's had a really exciting, different life. And, he was a real social activist for a good portion of his life, and artist, businessman. He's had a lot of interesting. He was a professional football player. So, Now he hasn't been answering his phone, and I don't know whether he's just doesn't want to talk to me or he doesn't, what it is.
Hi, this is Pete. Thanks for calling. Leave a message and I'll get back to you. Bye-bye.
So I call him at all different times, and he doesn't seem to
At the
pick up.
tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, what's up? You don't pick up the phone anymore? You don't love your Al? I hope you're okay. I'm doing fine. I'm in Ice Station Zebra Johnland, and that 2 weeks ago when we had that big snowfall, it turned into 6 thick inches of solid ice. And then it went to, being 18 degrees every day, so it hasn't gone anywhere. So I'm pretty much here. And the other 5 families, they pretty much wrecked their cars. So it's I might be here until May. Who knows? But anyway, I feel like I'm back in the seminary. You know, I'm in my, I'm like Brother Al, you know, meditating here and rumbling about Soylent Green. Yes, McDonald's, it's people. You know. Anyway, so I'll see you later, baby. Hope you're well. Pick up the phone one of these days. I'm doing the live chat on the old Dreamy Dreamland. I wanted you as a guest because your life is so interesting. And so is your world view. Okay? Okay. So I'm just going to keep calling people until someone answers. Let's go to that boy. This guy answers a good deal of the time. It's our Colorado friend. Do 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 ba 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 beedly lee lee boo 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 ba. No one's answering tonight. Maybe they're all out partying. It is Saturday night.
702.
We'll give you his phone number. So, is stevia Soylent Green? It tastes like it. I mean, John has all these drinks. It's good for you. It's stevia. It's like, ugh. I have no idea. That's crazy. That's a crazy movie. I'm kind of rude. Turn a bit one into your home to then complain. Am I being rude? Come on, you know I'm rude. I'm a rude boy. I'm a cheeky monkey. Meaning I'm John's only friend. You know, I'm trying to, crowbar him into a life. Otherwise, when I'm gone, it's going to be this way for the rest of eternity for the boy. It's going to be straight out of Shakespeare's Hamlet. End of the thing. He's killed everyone, destroyed the universe. And his good buddies, oh, we won. Oh, it's great. Oh, Hamlet, what's wrong? You're more depressed than you usually are. What's wrong? And he goes, tomorrow. Well, what's wrong with tomorrow? Yeah, we're going to be in charge. Tomorrow will be great. No, it's the tomorrow and the tomorrow and the tomorrow. So you want to have a life, you got to do something with that tomorrow, not just stay in the same thing. And so I've been, trying to help this boy. There's nobody else who tells him the things he needs to hear. There's no one else who, I made the most amazing meal for him, right? I showed it to you on the show. I brought my laptop out there. It was sweet potatoes, onions, garlic, lots of parsley, and that was one frying pan. The other one was this amazing sauce of all kinds of nuts. I crushed the nuts, and I had all kinds of beans I crushed, so they weren't just it was almost. It was a mole. That's what it was, a mole, because I had chocolate in it and garlic and all kinds of that. So there was the sauce. And then I had pasta, which I cooked not just in plain ordinary water, but in super garlic, super parsley, and what is that green sauce? I forgot, but it was very tasty. So the pasta itself was amazingly tasty. The vegetables that I mixed in with it were amazingly even more exciting. And then this mole sauce, it was like orgasmic. And, so he's up there eating, chocolate, processed food, popcorn and Little Debbie's. And, and he wants to lose weight, and here's a meal that he could eat tons of. And it would, if you want to lose weight like me, I've been here, 3 weeks, I guess, give or take, and I've lost 2 pounds, right? Why? Because I make this amazing food, and I eat 4 little bowls of it every day, I make it, and I my breakfast bowl is a bowl of what I made the day before, right? And then I cut up an onion and I cut up some parsley and I put it in what's left over from what I made the day before in my saucepan. I just slowly cook that until the onions turn glistening. And then I either, I've had fish and I've had all kinds of, but we're getting down. We're in about a day, all I will have left of food is canned food. But I got a ton of that because, I bought about $120 worth of food the Saturday, 2 weeks ago, the night before the big snowstorm. And when I go shopping, everyone's complaining, oh, the inflation, blah, blah, blah. Well, if you're a smart shopper, you just buy soy and green. Now, if you're a smart buyer, so, it was tilapia was on sale. They had 20 little fishies of tilapia in a big bag for $5. Normally that'd be like $20. Well, it was on sale. I bought 2 of those, $10. There was this sausagey stuff that goes into Mexican food. It's kind of spicy sausage. It's not, it's not breakfast sausage. It's not Italian sausage, cervese or something like that. And again, a 5-pound bag was $3, right? I bought 3 of them, right? And the Kroger section of cans, their beans were on sale for 49 cents per 16-ounce can. Couldn't beat that. I bought 10 of them, 20 of them. And they also had the pop top thing, so I didn't even need a can opener. And I bought a lot of other things that were on sale. Some cheese that they were about to throw out. I bought that. And then I bought a ton of, I bought like a 5-pound bag of white onions, yellow onions, and red onions. So I had 15 pounds of onions. I bought about 20 pounds of a 5-pound bag of sweet potatoes worth $2. I bought about 20 pounds of those. I bought about 10 pounds of rice. The one serving, 1 pound little bag, they were 50 cents a piece. So I bought like 20 of those. So I bought a ton of food, $190. And, but food, not processed crap, not cookies, not Little Debbie's, not, I bought $20 worth. John wanted that Korean fizzy water made from stuff put in underground pots, whatever that stuff is. He wanted me to buy $100 of that. Well, the thing, it was a Saturday just before the big snowstorm. It was like unbelievable, just chaos. People, normally they stock the shelves in the morning before the people show up. Well, they were stocking the shelves while the people were there. So it was like guys were coming out with pallet jacks strapped to the ceiling, and they were pulling it hard. And some person would, old lady would be behind them. They run them over. It was like hamburger all over the highway. It was like chaos. And but I got out of there, so I had enough food for 2 weeks, and that was out of my pocket, So I spent $700 on food. Well, he had it delivered by Kroger's. They drove it up here before the snowstorm. And like I said, it was cookies and popcorn and candy and Little Debbie's and sodas, and energy drinks. And he said, I did get some vegetables, and he got a tray of, the party, with the celery and the little carrots that are, genetically engineered, and the ranch dressing that is also used as brake fluid. That was what he considered as vegetables. It's like, so is that complaining? Am I being rude to speak to this because John represents the canary in the coal mine, and this is what the rest of the human species is doing? We're on the edge of a nuclear war, and no one seems to care, and it's totally being brought to you by Boeing, Lockheed, General Dynamics, Sperry, Univac, you name it. They're all. Why did they expand NATO? Why? Because all those countries that were Russian countries had to get, instead of having Russian weapons, they had to buy American weapons. Greece, Spain, Italy, Ukraine, not the Ukraine, Latvia, Poland, all by the F-35. That airplane is $100 million a copy. And that's with the sale tag on it. And if they didn't kick up that cash, it's like buying a house. So in the end, each of those aircraft will cost those countries close to $1 billion. Amortized interest. That's why we want to have a war with Russia. And Russia wants to have a war with us, but this nice little comfy war. But the problem is those kind of wars can get out of hand. And there are a lot of people in Russia and a lot of people in the West who would love to have a nuclear war. It would make their life so much easier. I mean, they tried to wipe out the population with this little vaccine thing, and it's not seeming. I mean, look at that. The Canadian guys, 70-mile long truck convoy. I mean, the guy who's a premier, he's a total, as Joe Rogan would say, a douchebag. I don't know if Joe Rogan would say that, but maybe he would. I'm saying it. And so you look at every politician, the French guy is, there isn't anyone who sounded. The English prime minister looks like Bozo the Clown. Did you see President Jojo, the used car salesman? He's having this all presidents read off of a teleprompter. And what it is a little piece of plastic that you can see through. There's a TV monitor down here that's backwards. So the guy's looking straight through the clear thing at the camera, or the teleprompter's above the camera, and he's reading it. Well, Joe can't read it. So they had a screen that was like 6 feet wide, 4 feet high, and was totally surrounded by black masking. So people couldn't see it. Like the TV cameras pointed at the guys the reporters asking questions. So one camera was just a tad out of alignment, and it was looking right at that screen. And so it was looking from Jojo's perspective at the news guys. And this guy gets up, and before he opens his mouth, it says, "My name is Larry. I'm from such and such newspaper, and my question is da 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 da." And so, just as the question is ending, that's when the guy goes, "My name is Larry. I'm from such a news thing. My question is da da da." I mean, all the questions these news guys were given to them, right? And Jojo doesn't even know who they are, but his name is right there. And then the answer is in big block letters, and Jojo starts reading the "My name is Larry. I'm from such and such news." It's like, whoa. It's pretty obvious this guy is worse than a Stepford wife. And the vice president, she's Cammy. And then the next in line, if all those two went down the tubes before the next election, we'd have Madame Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, as president. You ready for that one? But as I see what's going to happen, and everything is scripted, nothing just happens. It's all soy and green. So this guy in the last year has, he could have done a lot of good things. I mean, instead of causing the inflation by giving everyone something they didn't need and wasting a ton of time doing it, if he just went straight to getting the two, fix the road things done, he would have had two big pluses, right? And right at the beginning, everyone was willing, Republicans and Democrats knew it. This bridge just fell down in Maryland or Pennsylvania, where he was about to show up in an hour or so. So, and maybe they blew it up so, it would be a good little punctuation to his speech. But, he didn't. And he just kept doing everything is total wrong timing, And so he's wasted a whole year and accomplished nothing. And then he totally screws Afghanistan. All he had to do was keep the 2,500 guys who had been in there for the last few years, which was enough to keep the Taliban at bay, and keep the A-10s in the Bagram Air Base, and things would have been the status quo. But they leave Bagram Air Base like in less than a few days, meaning just taking the personality out on C-130s, the important aircraft out, but they left tons of equipment, tons, basically rearming the Taliban, right? I mean, Bagram was one of the largest air bases out of the United States, one of the largest in the world. But so anyway, we left all of this stuff there, and that wasn't the only place. We left it all over because they overran, he less than a week. He's in front of our intelligence says that we have, at least 9 months. Less than 7 days later, Taliban's running the country. And if he had kept Bagram and had everyone go there, that's a gigantic place, and it's protected on 3 sides. There's only one frontal thing. You put some Abrams in front, everyone gets in, you fly everybody else. But they didn't. They brought him out of the commercial airport. And there's still hundreds of Americans stuck there, along with 20,000 of our allies, right? And who are the Taliban anyway? Well, they are these guys called Mujahideen, which was started up by the CIA. And I mean, it just goes on and on. And none of this stuff is really like secret. It's like right there. All I got to do is look it up. Go back in the past newspapers, and no one does it. They go on. So earlier today, I was asking questions to Google of things that I was part of, and it answered wrongly. I was a person who was there, and it said blah 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 blah, and it was like it got kind of it right, but didn't get any of it truly right, right? And that's the world we're living in. And it's just getting weirder and weirder. And I'm seeing just from my own usage of my own instruments of the internet, that this thing is cracking at the seams. They want to get rid of this internet because it was designed to survive nuclear war. So there is no central control of the internet at all. All we have of control is the platforms, Google and Facebook and et al. And, how did what's his name, Mr. Amazon, go from middle, like his parents just worker drones to him being the richest guy in the world? How come? His mother's father was a big wig in the Defense Department and controlled nuclear weapons for about 20 years. He worked in the Manhattan Project, he worked at Los Alamos, he did stuff like that. And so he was in Sandias when they were creating artificial intelligence in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. So what did they do? Where does Amazon get all of its real capital? Not sending you, toothpaste or books. No, it's the junk is caught. It's their cloud. They have 80% of the government secret information in their cloud. How did they get? They were competing with Lockheed and Microsoft, and they get it. And they had no experience in doing that except running their own little cloud for their business. Why? Because his grandfather, Mr. Nuclear Weapon, gave it to him because he is owned by that, and I hate the term deep state. It is so incorrect. It's a better term would be Mr. Blomaloney, because what's going on in our country has nothing to do with anything in this state. This is a transnational thing going on. This is a continuation of what, that little thing I showed you of Adolf Hitler in the beginning of this. It's exactly that. We are Germany, 1933, the Weimar Republic, most democratic government in Europe and all of Europe's history. And they're getting a economic comeback from being destroyed by World War, the surrender of World War I and what happened in Versailles, and all the German people are really pissed off about it. And then the Depression comes, and they're thrown back. They were coming back, and then Depression happens, bang, and that was one of the reasons why Depression came, because it wanted to wipe the slate. They wanted everyone miserable across the planet. 08, that's what happened. We never even came back from 08, right? And the shit that's going to hit Japan in this year, between now and 2027 is going to be mind-boggling. So JoJo, he has done the worst job. He's got the worst ratings of any president ever, and he's accomplished nothing. So how can the Democrats go this November and win anything? They're not. They're going to have, and pretty much whenever this kind of circle jerk of our political dynamic occurs, who's ever in power, loses the House, and that happened to Donnie Trump, and, Madame Pelosi came back and she ate shit and died. I mean, they didn't do anything with that. Or, we had the presidency, the Senate, and the Congress. Goose egg. So there's going to be a landslide of the Republican Party winning, period, right? So they're going to win the House by a historical amount and the Senate too. I mean, the Democrats won't even have enough guys to fight back, like kind of what, good old Marlboro Mitch, Moscow Mitch, Beijing Mitch. When Mitch retires, he's going to retire with his lovely wife back to Beijing after doing such a great job. And what's going to happen, what I think is going to happen is, just a landslide of the Republicans winning, right? And what the House will do, they will vote in Donald J. Trump as Speaker of the House, because by our Constitution, to be Speaker of the House, you do not have to be a member of Congress. And there's a historical reference to two guys who've been Speaker of the House who, they were off there. They weren't part of Congress. So Donnie Trump's coming back as Speaker of the House. Whee, baby. And he'll love it because he won't have to do anything except flap his lips. He will get up front and just go and nothing will happen in Congress. He'll just go on about how the thing, and he wants to investigate. He'll make the Democrats pay for the little soap opera that they did with him when he was president, right? He will investigate everything, and they're all criminals. And so is he, meaning the Democrats, went after him. That was a joke, him in Russia. That's a joke. But there were tons of things he did, the whole Emoluments clause. That's real specific. He broke every part of it. It was totally, he could have been taken, gone, right? Did they do it? No. If you guys out there in YouTube land don't realize you're being played beyond belief, then sorry, you're just soy and green. Just waiting on line. Let the seeds fall where they may. If they take root, cool. You've done your best. Yeah, pretty much. So, and that's why I came back to Roanoke, to do exactly that. Tie up all the strings and move on. I got other things to do, right? So, but I got stuck here. This is like I said, this is quite an amazing, not gift, but God or whoever. I hate using that term God. Let's say spirit. Spirit put me here to be like in the monastery, to be able to have time to reflect. And that's what I have been, right? And when the YouTube went down for 3 days, that was another. So I didn't do, I put things on my phone and you could see them live because they were going through the 4G. And man, when 5G hits it, there's going to be, John hears voices. There's going to be a lot of people hearing voices. I had my mother's teeth, so I had all my teeth, they just were rotting out of my head. So instead of them infecting me, I had no money to get implants or any of that. So I just pulled them out. And one of the great things of that, there is no metal in my mouth anymore. There is nothing going, deep into my bones from the teeth that they filled. So, all of that stuff that they can send a message into your cerebral cortex, they can't quite do that. And I have these other my neural net is totally different than it, most people's. And so, I can see the energy of it, and so I can be aware of my three, again, conscious awareness. I am, and you guys love my stories, but things are. Some folks are committed to their unhappiness. Well, this is very true, and we get to choose this, right? And I find that everything around me is a great tableau to bring across to you guys, right? And that's why I keep calling up my friends that tell stories. That's why I keep playing little chunks off the internet, like that little tableau of Adolf Hitler. That guy was, So, 2022, because back before Christmas during the winter solstice, I think this is the most important time. These next weeks between now and end of now and Valentine's Day, basically between December 21st and Valentine's Day, we have this opportunity. The stars are aligned. A couple of weeks ago, I said that weekend, I guess it was last weekend or the weekend before, I said, guys, be conscious intent of what you want in this year. Be conscious aware of your spiritual 20 years and your 360. And for a good week, I've said, hey, do this. And I was praying and meditating and consciously intenting on all of the above, right? So I'm ready to go. And then I get stuck here, which, and I have we all have between now and Valentine's Day to keep at this conscious intent, right? And things are still pretty wild up there, all the Saturn returns and all the other returns and the sideways and different things are coming into our solar system that haven't been here for millions of years. I mean, there's stuff going on in these last 3 months that haven't happened for 160,000 years, if not a million years. So, and it's very interesting when you see all kinds of wars and catastrophes and all kinds of stuff. They really do line up with the stars. And as Plato said, I was going to say Play-Doh, like the stuff he played with the hands. But Plato said, it is a wise man who is guided by the stars. A fool who is led by them. Right? So keep an eye, but you are the decider. That's why you were put here. You are the decider. You're here to decide. And when you decide with a conscious intent to do your best and to realize your life is not about you, it's about everybody. It's the we in me. And when we work together, like I said earlier on in this program, that, look at Germany. Every time it comes together, it does friggin' amazing things. And when it gets to a place where it just falls apart. And the sad thing about Germany, it always gets played. World War I, it got played. World War II, it got played by these transnational entities, right? Because how did Germany bounce back in less than a year after being crushed twice in 11 years? Actually crushed 4 times. Well, because the first 3 crushes were done on purpose to break the spirit of the German people, who are the most democratic, most educated, most understanding, most sympathetic than any group of European folk, and they were crushed. If you watch the movie Cabaret, if you read the book, it goes in a little more detail. And what Cabaret was in those 11 years when Germany was crushed after World War I and then kind of scraped its way back, crushed again, and then was coming back really strong. And then the Depression happened and just flattened, basically, that whole goodwill of the German people was turned into a bitter pill. And it was so bad in Germany after 1929, they basically what the cabaret was that place of the gangsters who had the booze, the drugs, the prostitution, and every other ill will of the spirit in one place, the cabaret. And you would go there to lose yourself in booze and drugs and sex and just sell yourself to the worst aspect of who you are. And guys who, had families and were doing well, lawyers, judges, professors who were crushed and they're allowed on the street, they would take one of their children to the cabaret and sell it to the pimp so they could get some booze, have some drugs, have some sex with a prostitute like his neighbor's daughter, and then get a few scraps of food to take back to the kids who are starving. And that's what the book and the movie Cabaret is about. It's not a happy, come to the cabaret. It's not what it is. Now, the movie, it's more song and dance, but it still has its dark side. And if you read the book, and the play was a little more darker, theater is always a little darker than films. And so, because that has a smaller audience, and so they can be dark, right? Movies go for the big audience, and so they have to be more appetizing for the general public. But that's where we are right now. That's what the internet is. That's what your phone here is. This is the cabaret of the 21st century. People jerk off to it, are lied to it, buy things on it. I mean, it is a tool. I use it as a tool. I use this as a tool, but it's more a surveillance device than anything. That's why it was given to us. Because it's quite an extraordinary technology, and it just appeared like that. Within less than 5 years. I mean, the whole instrument had been here for a good 40 years, but it wasn't rolled out to the public for public use unless, in 3 years. We went from, earbud, and we went from, the, what do you call them? The the when you heard tunes on iTunes, but not that, but the MP3s. You went from MP3 straight to your smartphone, and that's a pretty big, that's more than Moore's Law. It means that technology had been there already. And as I've told this story before, when I was at Cornell, and they were just realizing, my friends stuck me in the anthropology department. And again, by blessing, the guy who was in charge of that department, he was just stuck there himself because Cornell is probably the largest DARPA. All the universities, especially state universities, are just shills for the military-industrial complex. They should be more than the military-industrial education, media, financial complex, right? I mean, every state has extraordinarily strings tied to it through the weapons industry. I mean, they did it on purpose. They put contractors and factories in every state. So a good portion of the GDP comes from that. But what's truly interesting, the dynamic of culture, art, literature, music, theater, film, adds more to the GDP of America than the oil industry. Go look that one up. You have to be you have to look on, because the main reason why that is that the oil industry is given such a latitude. They virtually pay no taxes, and they never have. And they have investment characteristics that they don't have to pay for their mess, like the railroads. The government wanted the railroads strung all over the country, especially out into the West. And the big money people in the East said, sure, we'll build your railroads, but if we build it, we want it right away. And the right away wasn't like 10 feet either side of the track. It was like 50 miles on either side. So they owned everything. So you look at a number of these railroads, instead of going straight across to the west, they did this. They went up into the forests so they could chop all the trees down. They went over to the place where the gold and silver were. I mean, it's in the history books, gang. And don't believe a word I say. So, let's see what you say, Brother Al. Let us see. Okay, I'm letting them fall where they are. Some folks are committed to their unhappiness, of course, And but see, I'm a sensitive guy. I mean, when John says mean, cruel, horrible things to me, it doesn't affect me on my ego or my self-worth or my self-understanding of myself. I don't get crushed by that. What hurts my heart is to see John, because every time he says that stuff, I can see that line on his face. The beautiful, sensitive, innocent, generous child angel over here and the demon over here. And I see the demon, winning and John suffering. So as he's trying to hurt me, I see him. It's like how the comic book said, when your father's about to give you a beating, it's going to hurt me more than it is you. Well, that's kind of a truth. It's they're trying to make fun of it in the cartoon, but it's true. So it and the real punishment is not so much he's got the strap in his hand and he's whipping you. No, but it's what it's doing to that person's soul. So this is where I come from. My 3 rules: doctor, do no harm. Don't get involved unless you have a workable exit strategy and you're only going in to get the innocent folk out of harm's way. And don't get involved unless you can learn something to make things better. So those are that's what, my motif for doing things. And so it's true. I've done my best. I'm going to stay, I'll probably leave sometime in March. I hope things melt before then. But if not, I'm going to take every day I'm here and use it to my best. I mean, I spent a good deal of time writing today. And so I've been writing and reading and researching, because the internet here, when I go back to the deep green, you're not going to be seeing me much, because I don't have any internet, and I don't have the money to, every day drive 40 miles just to leave you guys. Hey, and my ego doesn't need that, and, as Jamie, he's been, all of you should be doing this. You should be taking my shows and putting them on a, not up in the cloud, but on a thumb drive or a hard drive, or actually put it on an optical thing, CD-ROM, so you can have it, because I know, you guys really like these. Well, why do you like these, right? Because they touch things inside of you that haven't been touched really ever, or not much. And what is that? And you're kind of, that's why you kind of need to watch these things more than once, right? And isn't it, Len? Don't you watch my show like it's a wallpaper? You're like cooking, you're making art, you're sewing or ironing. You just got Al Bob in the background. So you guys kind of need to do that, because I have so many shows that come from so many different directions, and I've done so many guided meditations where I'm trying to get you to guys see your Akashic record and see the understanding of that frame, that shamanic frame, and the 28 little, screens around it, which are the 28 dimensions you actually live in. And most folk only live in 2 dimensions. They're not even working on the 3rd, or even have a clue about the 4th or the 5th, right? And we are so saturated by toxins. I made this thing for John, and I, put fruit in it, and he could, and I kept the skin on it. And, I wash everything, but it's almost useless, because every vegetable and fruit that you have is genetically, GMOs, modified, right? And The Supreme Court has said that anything grown in dirt be considered organic. And they don't have to put on the label that it's a GMO. I mean, and then when you get processed food, it's like a smorgasbord of toxins and additives and GMO, you name it. And then the shit, you look up this. When I was a kid, the sky used to be blue. Now it's silver. And you wake up in the morning, if it's clear blue sky, by 9 a.m., it's like a herringbone pattern of chemtrails. And people, that's just an airplane. It's what they do up there, and and it goes away. No, they're talking about there's chemtrails, and then there's contrails, convection trails, meaning that hot air shooting out, very moist, 3,000 feet. It's like unbelievable. It's like, liquid nitrogen up there. That hot, moist air turns to ice. So what you're seeing of the contrail is those ice crystals that the sun is reflecting off, and that's what makes the white stream. But within 5 minutes, the sun, which is really strong up there too, turns those ice crystals back into vapors, right? So you don't see them. Whereas the chemtrails, you see it, and it stays. You see the airplane, like if you see a contrail, airplane's doing it within 5 inches because it's up there at 40,000 feet. That much just starts to disappear. So you never see a whole line from one end of the sky to the other. Chemtrails, because it's a metal with other really icky shit in it, is going across, right? And then, you don't realize airplanes, commercial airlines especially, run on radio beams. It's like railroad tracks in the sky. And at night, if you're in a place where there are no real lights, like in a deep green, around me, there's 4 of these things, where you can see, a plane goes red light, blue light, green light, white light are blinking on the airplane, and it goes by. About 5 minutes later, there's another one right behind it. Blank. And they run in packs, The airplanes take off from different airlines and go in the same direction. They run in packs. And then there's a space of half hour, 40 minutes, hour, whatever. And if you stay up, you see another pack, right? But daytime, when you see chemtrails, or at night, if there's a moon, they're staying at night too, not just during the day. And it's like a herringbone pattern. And the airstream up there blows the metal and toxic material, and it's like baby powder. And it blows it out, and it feathers it out and covers the whole sky. Now, that is now an envelope over your head. And they can bounce lots of different kinds of energetic particles off of that down onto the ground, or into the lower atmosphere, or into the ground, or into the food. And if, I worked in the patent library in the 70s, right? I had a buddy who was a patent librarian. He said, "Hey, what are you doing this summer?" I said, "No, I don't know. You want to come to DC and have fun, and I'll get you this job, and you just do paperwork and look at stuff. But man, if this is a place for you, buddy, you'll have access to everything, every database, every microfiche, and you'll be working for me. So I'll let you just do whatever the fuck you want. The amount of work I have, they give me an assistant, and I have." In my budget, I can hire a person for the summer at this, and you can stay on my couch, and you can just have a good time. So I did. He was just getting bored. He could hire me. I went there, and I did my thing, and so all I did was look up patents, patent after patent after patent after patent, until I was looking so much on so many different databases, and every time you access them, it gets registered. So after 2 months, they asked me to leave. But after that, I was given a job by the Council on Foreign Relations because of what I did there. Because it's just like every time you use your cell phone, every they got 2 cameras in that phone. So while you're jerking off, they got, they're making a movie of it, So But that was great. That's how I met Professor Quigley. I wouldn't have met him without that. So, I mean, everything always freaking works out for me. And every time I go to, and another reason I got rid of me, I just kept being me there. I didn't hide. I just kept talking to everyone and, reading their palms and telling shit about them and telling what they, what insights I could give them. And some people really liked it and some people got greatly annoyed. And that's how it works. You either love me or hate me, pretty much. That is, And some people love me and hate me back and forth, and it kind of equals out to a bare minimum. But that's what I'm what I was put on this life for, and not to be Adolf Hitler or be the president, or because I constantly do things that affect lots of people. Because I understand that yes, my subscriber base is I can't get above 500, and that's, they want to keep me down on the farm, fine, but they let me do my thing, so that's fine until they crash this whole thing, and that's what they're, I have a strong feeling they're going to do it this year, and it's going to be around the same time that whatever little thing in Ukraine pops off, right? And it'll be a similar kind of experience as Iraq and Afghanistan, right? But the issue is, it won't be surrogates shooting at each other. It'll be NATO shooting at Russians, and that can bring on and there are a lot of people in both parties that have developed technology that can be very deadly and worse than a nuclear weapon, but it's not. And ray guns, energy weapons, changing reality, and when they start fooling around with that kind of stuff, which they have been for the last 100 years, but once they do it out in the open, it has effects on other things, which they know what they are, and one of them will be probably, I don't know if you ever saw, there was a TV show back 10 years ago, and it was, it was That Day, whatever it was, and it had a bunch of people, and all of a sudden, these guys who were in, 9/11 had happened. These guys had been in Afghanistan and Iraq, and they've been cycled back, and they're heading, they left the base in somewhere in Georgia to, go get drunk and chase girls, which is fine for military guys to do when they're not working. And there are lots of towns that Fayetteville is a great example. That's set up to do that. And so they're driving back to base and around the highway, whatever it was, 40, 80, whatever. And all of a sudden, the car goes, stops. And every other car on the highway stops. Every light, they were driving through Atlanta, every light is off, right? And, they kind of rolled to a stop at the side of the road. Everyone there's some people crash and things are burning and airplanes are falling out of the sky and exploding in the city of Atlanta. And these guys go, well, we're almost to the base. Let us just get out of our car and run the fuck and see what's happened. So they do. And what happens is these guys are there and none of the officers, anybody's there. It's them, they're the highest ranking. There's still a lot of guys there who are their buddies, so they decide to go check on all the weapons, see what works, what doesn't. So they got cannons, they got mortars, they got machine guns, and none of that depends on electricity. They realize that anything that has to deal with electricity just doesn't work. Automobiles, aircraft, radios, radar, light bulbs, nothing with electricity works, but all the concussive stuff works. So, and they got a lot of it. It was like a depot for the Northeast. So they have about 1,000 guys, and everyone, they got machine guns and you name it. And so they basically, these guys take over the South. Right? They decide, so they basically just go out there in their uniforms, U.S. Army boys, and say, well, everyone go home, and we're going to protect you. So they take over Georgia and South Carolina and a few other places, right? And other military people join on with them. And all the other people who are in the structure, the eggheads, all of those kind of people, the politicians, and off with their head. So These guys run it. They protect, because the rest of the world has just gone into, zombie apocalypse. So these guys are protecting, like about 1 million people. The big cities that were there, they kind of get them down. Everyone's farming, everyone's getting fed. These guys are ruling them, but protecting them and not really getting in their face. But they say anything about male. I don't know if I like to dead off of your head. But if you just want to drink and have a good time and do it, you're told, not a problem. So that was a TV show, and that was just those guys. And the other threads of the story kind of tell the TV audience, guys, this technology is real. This is what these moron people at Davos want to do to you, and somewhere along the line, this shit's gonna happen. And that's what the TV show was about. And that was about 10 years ago or 8 years ago. And I was staying at someone's house who had a platform. It was probably on Netflix or Hulu, or I don't know if Amazon was already doing shit like that. But, if you Google that, you might find it. Anyway, that is real. I've been around. I mean, I've been involved with electricity since I was, 6 months old, when I stuck that knife in the electric socket. I became Mr. Electric. I actually, because I was a floating ground, I was a little infant. That was the first thing, my little escape from my crib. The first thing I ever did was found a knife under the couch, went over the electric socket, and I had a choice. I could have stuck it in the neutral, nothing would happen, but I stuck it in the hot one and was, ooh, yeah. And I actually remember it didn't talk to me, but I was feeling a consciousness or a presence that said, I will always be with you. I'm always here for you. I always got your back. And don't worry about anything. It'll all work out. Because you're a lucky bastard. And you said you would do X, Y, and Z. And so far, you're doing a great job. Look, six months old. You're right in it. So that's why why I see everything in electricity. And when that nun nearly murdered me and broke the orbit in his eye, and she rearranged my neural net to, I can see energy. I mean, not see it per se, but I perceive it, right? And that's why, especially analog, electrical, and high voltage, I can tell. In this ear, I hear frequencies that most people can't hear. I can hear I can tune transformers. Now, that kind of work I haven't done in a long time, because, when I was 32, I kind of went, I still was an electrician, still did a lot of that. But as the years went more, I was more and more the itinerant scholar, because, going up in ladders and crawling around in holes and doing all that stuff, that takes, and I've broken things, and it takes, I was on a job, and this is what a lucky bastard I am. I'm working on this union job, right? And there are other trades there. And the electricians union, we are like top dog. And I never acted this way. And when I was a shop steward, I said, we're not doing this. But still, guys were just jerks. And, I remember working on the World Trade Center when I was still like low. And, low man on totem pole is the most important, because he's supporting the whole totem pole. Anyway, I remember, and I would, I was still a guy who talked very little. Unless I had something really to say, I didn't say anything. I just listened, right? And just watched what was going on. And I stayed out of harm's way. And in a big construction site, that's a good thing, because, that World Trade Center, lots of people died, lots of people, because we were working on floors, up on an 80th floor, it's like a hurricane, and there's the concrete goes to the edge, and you go up that edge, it's like 80 stories down. I mean, they had a little wire with some little thing saying, hey, don't go past this, but, shit happens. So, and I was telling stories the other night about my experiences of watching, I worked on, so this company I worked for would send me, I had a little niche, my thing was, power supplies, and they sent me to places, Los Alamos, San Diego, Kirkland Air Force Base, and other places that had no names. And they didn't tell me what I was doing. They just had me, here is what we want you to build. Here is the basic parameters of it. Here's the stuff we want you to build it with. This is kind of how we want you to build it. And this is what, this is the source coming in. This is what we want coming out. You figure out how to do it, because that was my niche. That was my specialty. And I would just kind of sit and meditate on it, draw little pictures. I'd get ideas. I'd write some equations. I'd go talk to some other guys who allegedly were, the big smart people. Wow, I never thought of that. I said, so what if we do this? Oh, I never thought of that. Then what happens there? Well, let's see. And then they would chuck it in their big computer. And when I was at Los Alamos, they had Cray computers. They had, computer, CAD, a really good CAD, right? Way before anyone had CAD, and they had that. And not only could they design a circuit, not only could they design a 3D model of the apparatus, not only could they do all that, they could test it, put it through its paces without ever building it. They are just starting to bring that out in the marketplace today. And this was 1972 when I was exposed to that thing. And they're just like, Boeing. One of the reasons why Boeing used to be a great company. I had a little to do with them. And they were really about, my basic, when I'm working in that motif, I basically do my best, work slow, think twice, cut once. And when I'm making something, I do it not like, oh, that's good enough. I do it my best. So it will be its best, and it won't fuck up. And it might have a little problem here or there because I haven't thought about here or there, but it'll be easy enough to take care of. Whereas if you just slap dab stuff together and not care, oh, it'll work, that's when people die. So Boeing was a company that was like me. We're just going to do our best, and this thing's going to be the best it can be. But when Martin Marietta bought Boeing out and their two, corporate cultures came together, that's how you got the Mac, 737. And that aircraft was a whole different airplane than the 737. It just kind of looked like it, but it's all its airframe, all its lift bodies, all its control surfaces were totally different. The engines were different. The weight differential, they had these gigantic engines placed, and so they had to do certain things so they could fit under the wing. And there's this thing called it's a ratio of, for every foot you go down, how many feet you go this way, right? And the same, how many feet if you're going lifting up, how slow does the airplane get close to what is known as stall. And so they just slapped all this stuff together, and they said, oh, it'll work. And that's why you got the 737 that crashed and killed, 700 people. And the first one crashed, and they said, oh, it was pilot error. And then within 4 days, the same kind of crash happened with all the same circumstances. And they said, oh, that was pilot error. And then a third, and they said, oh, and then, the countries that bought the aircraft said, fuck this, we're not flying these airplanes anymore. We're going to go back to the old ones, and we're stopping our order. And so they had 1,000 of these MD or whatever they're called, but they're basically a hybrid of the 737. And the 737 was one of those aircraft, they're like a piece of art. And they're either a dog or they're perfect and are just beautiful, and everything works just unbelievable. And the 737 was one of those aircraft. It was built back in the 60s. And the 707, 737, 727 were all aircraft that, again, Boeing had this motif of, we're going to do our best. It's going to be the best we can make it. It'll be perfect. It'll be great. And they were. And they had this, street rep of that's what they did. But when McDonnell Douglas bought them, they just said, fuck it. Let's just throw this shit together and make money. And it got worse and worse and worse. And their Dreamliner 777 is they don't, they're not, you don't see too many of them out there. And I mean, those, they did shit like they used a certain type of battery that caught the airplane on fire every time they started the engines up. Not a good idea. I mean, every time. And they had a subcontractor that instead of doing everything at Boeing in Washington, in Seattle, and the other factories around there, they kind of, farmed it out to the lowest bidder, right? And these cargo doors were real, way the aircraft was shaped, where you needed to use computer-aided milling machines to make this work right. Well, they got the lowest guy, and he had people there with hacksaws and files, not computer-aided, so nothing, and it was off by inches, and this door had to be less than millimeters or centimeters or no millimeters or even decameters or like hair's width. That was the closest tolerance, and these things were having 2 and 3 inches, meaning so this was supposed to be a door that would seal so you could have pressure in the aircraft, and there was a space like that, and it's going up to 40,000 feet, so they would have total, and it was just a miracle that they didn't lose. I mean, they had a number of where whole sides of the bottom of the airplane was sucked out. And, the aircraft, just by a miracle, they were just close enough to an airport where they could land. And that's Boeing today. And that is the world we are in. It's just good enough. That's not me. So when I was at Los Alamos and Sandy, all those places, I would do my job that way. And I would go to the right person, ask the right question, and they would go, And they weren't person, oh, don't worry about it. They go, oh, let's take a look. So then I would have access to technology that was like, but because I brought the smart question to that guy, he would just say, oh, here, let's put it in the machine. And I would see that technology that isn't even here today. I mean, it's just coming online today. Lockheed is just starting to do it in their commercial apparatus that, the general public, if they're looking, can see this device. Well, that was in Los Alamos in 72. Here, what we are, 2022, 72, 82, 92, 2000, 2002, 50 years ago. That technology was robust. 91, I said Cornell. My boss, he realized I understood things in ways that, it took me until I was 50 to realize that I don't see things the way most people do. Anyway, and there was, during Ronald Reagan's days and Star Wars, Cornell is super duper. You go to any national laboratory, there's a Cornell Avenue Boulevard. I mean, they are deep in it, right? So, during the Star Wars period, they built a building on campus that was so unlike any other building Cornell had. It was 30 stories, didn't have a window. It was like the 2001 monolith, right? And it was 30 stories high, but went underground 100 stories. And there was only one door in, and you went in, and when you saw those steps, there were guys with machine guns on either side of the door. And it's right on campus. It's called the Math Center. Nice name, Math Center. They do a lot more than math in that place. And so, when you're walking up to the building, you just don't go to the steps. They stop you way before you get to those steps. And unless you're wearing a badge that gives you, and the badge is so my boss goes, I'm going to send you up and talk to these guys because they want someone to look at something and give their opinion. And of anyone other than me, and I don't want to do it, you're the only person I know who probably will fit the bill. So he goes into a drawer and he pulls out this kind of like laminated thing, with a little clippy thing to put on your shirt. He goes, do not walk up to the building without this being clipped on your shirt. You should wear a shirt that has a collar. Forget a t-shirt. a shirt with a collar. If you don't have one, I'll give you one. And you clip it right up there because that's where the sensor will read. And there was nothing on this laminated piece of plastic except inside it there was this little square that had all kinds of, squiggles. That's why they, and it's now what everyone uses to put up to a reader to get their checks or their money or their, tickets to the movies or whatever. But this was 1991. And I never saw that. In 1991, they were just bringing on barcodes. And so it was a similar thing, but it was this little square. It had no writing. You couldn't even tell, half of it was blurry. It was all this squiggly stuff. They said, you have it facing out, having it on the thing of your collar. If you don't, you're going to get in trouble, and you won't like it. Right. So I said, okay. I got a shirt with a collar. So when he said, they want to see you tomorrow. So come to work with a shirt with a collar. Come in here. I will give you this, and then you can walk over there. I said, okay. So I show up to work. I have my shirt with a collar, and I go into my boss's office, and there's a guy there in a suit. And he said, this guy is your escort. I said, what? And the guy takes the thing from my boss and he clips it on my shirt. He's like, I don't want you to touch this. Right? So he doesn't say anything. We walk up to the building. We walk past this place where you can't even get to the steps. We go through there. They don't shoot us. I'm wearing this. He goes, stand still for a second. I do. He says, okay. We walk up the steps. We go, there's the guys with machine guns. We walk past those guys, walk to the elevator. He says, stand here for a second. I do. And then the doors of the elevator open and there's no one else in it at all. We get in, we go up, we get to a floor. The door opens. He goes, no, I'm getting up here. I don't have clearance to go any higher. And you're going to go up the next door opens. It'll open. There will be a military man with a gun who will escort you to a room. I said, okay. I've been through this before. So in other experiences. And so, we go up and there is no ding, ding, ding. There's no little thing saying what floor you're on. There's no nothing. There's no buttons, right? Nothing. No little music going. Nothing. It's just, and there's no like humming. There's a slight sense that you're moving, but you can't tell whether you're going up or down. It's not like, the force isn't pushing you one. It's just in my little neural net, I can sense something going on. And so, all of a sudden the door opens up. The guy with a Air Force thing with a blue ascot, and he's got his 45. He doesn't like have it pointed at me, but he's got a gun, and he goes, "Come with me, sir." Okay. So we walk down the hall. He goes, "Stand here." I stand there, and the door slides open. He goes, "If you would." And I walk in, and he doesn't walk in. And on the table, there are some bottles of water, and a little packet of like crackers with cheese in it. How nice! Yeah, I mean, very hospitable. So I'm waiting there. I crack open the crackers and munching on the crackers, and I'm like being the slob. So the table has orange bits all over it, and I've spilled one of the bottles of water, and but I'm still just sitting in the seat, and I have no. I couldn't wear. I don't never wear a watch, but when I was in my boss's office, you have to leave everything. All your your shoes, your socks, your pants, your underpants, and that shirt. That's it. No watches, no jewelry, no wallet, no nothing. And I'm clipping this on your lapel here, and so I'm sitting there, and it would be hard. I was thinking, if I had to take a shit, I would just. I think I would basically take a shit over in the corner there and, use my shirt and leave it on the desk. But luckily I didn't have to take a shit. But I was, I wasn't like being neat or anal in any way. I was just being me. Like I said, if you're ever with me, you will see whenever I eat, there will be, a war zone of food bits everywhere, and most of them on me. If I'm eating pizza, a chunk of the pizza will be stuck here. And anyway, so I'm eating the chips, and it's like in my beard, and it's on my pants, and all over the table, and on the floor. And I opened up one of the bottles and drank it, and it was plastic, so it just kind of fell over. I just kind of watched it going, because my attitude is, fuck them. They're making me do all this weird ass shit. You're gonna have to live with me. If they want my opinion, it's 1991, and so no, actually, it wasn't 91. I left in 91. It was 1989, and so George H. was president, and so anyway, they finally come in. There's two guys, one in a pretty nice suit, and the other guy like J.C. Penney suit. And the guy in the J.C. Penney suit he was handcuffed to a chain that went to a briefcase, right? So they sat down. The guy with the chain, it's a long enough chain. He slides the briefcase in front of the guy with the fancy suit. Ultimately, gray-haired man with a good $200 haircut. And he had a Van Dyke, I'm like all over the place. He has this nice, he looked like he was shaved. His skin was not a follicle could be seen. And his hair was like, that was a $200 haircut. Anyway, so I'm just watching this, and the guy slides the briefcase in front of the well-dressed man, and he puts two of his thumbs, I don't see on what side, but I hear the click. And he opens up the briefcase, and he takes this device that looks just like that, but without the rubber case. But it's it looks more like this one, right? More like this one. But it's not on, right? And you can't tell. It's like shiny black on both sides, and it has a little knobby thing like that, and no writing on it, no nothing. And, he actually hands it to me, right? And I look at it. And there are no switches, no anything. And I do this. I take my finger, put it at the bottom, and swipe it up. And it goes on. He goes, how'd you know to do that? I said, it's obviously a device. It's obviously fits in my hand. It's obvious that my finger is the pointer. And this is just plastic. This is a screen that looks very much like this, but this has a camera. How do you know it's a camera? Well, it kind of looks like a camera, and that other thing looks like, the thing that would focus the camera. And there's another little dot right up here. How can you see that? I said, because of the light up there, this is all black, but there's a little gray thing over there. It's probably another camera. And if there's no buttons to turn it on or anything, and that thing is at that end, and it's facing my face, you would think you'd put your finger at the bottom and swipe it up. He's like looking at me. So what is it? I said, well, it's obviously it's a surveillance device, and it kind of reminds me of the Keyhole 7 spy satellite. And he goes, how do you know about that? Well, I just happened to read Aviation and Space Weekly for the last 15 years every week. He goes, how'd you get clearance to do that? I said, I lived in New York, and there was a magazine shop that had it right. He goes, one right next to the United Nations? I said, that's right. I worked at the UN. And he's like, I said, haven't you read my file yet? Why am I here if you don't know who I am? And he goes, I'm not clear to that. I said, but you got that nice suit, that haircut. You got to have, you're a lot higher than that moron. He couldn't even put his thumbs on the thing. And I'm saying shit to these guys that most normal people don't say to these guys. So poor guy, he's still handcuffed, and he's like, so, this is not his pay grade. right? And I'm questioning the guy whose pay grade is up there, right? He's like a, J12 or something. And so, anyway, so he goes, well, what is it? And I said, it's obviously, as I said, it's a surveillance device. It's a communication device, because that's what the Keyhole 7 also. So Keyhole 7 watched everything, listened to everything from 300 miles up. It could read, a pack of cigarettes. And this thing does the same. But instead of, looking at something 300 feet, it's only, 5 feet, and it's looking at me. So it's studying everything about me. And it's obviously a device that I communicate on. So it's like a phone. And it's like a Dick Tracy phone. And the screen, this screen, when I swipe it up, it lit up and it showed things, and then it immediately turned off. So it didn't notice, who I was. So it went to the quiet mode. But that's obviously the screen to watch. And it's obviously going to be used for all commerce on this earth. It's going to replace this university, and it's going to replace you. And it will be the money. There will be no more money, and this will be the money. And this is 1989. And the guy just says, how do you know this? And I know this because in 1950, I don't tell him, but in 1958, I was part of the Young Scientists at, a place called UNIVAC. And those guys were the guys who were, through TRW, and all the guys in the UNIVAC place had these white jackets that's TRW on their back. And those guys had, on their back, said Lockheed, and those guys said Martin Marietta, and those guys had Grumman Aerospace, and those guys said Boeing. And that's how I knew, because in 1958, they told me, because the man who wrote the book, the novel and the movie script of 2001 was doing a film for Sperry Rand talking about this technology. He had a pack of cigarettes in his hand, and we were wearing these earphones, like the type you wear in aircraft or helicopters that are noisy, where it deadens the outside noise and has a microphone that only picks up your voice. Because we were in this room where this UNIVAC computer that was like the size, of a whole building. It was just between the fans and air conditioning and the printers and all the mechanical blah 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 of the machines. It was you couldn't hear it. You couldn't hear yourself think. So everybody was wearing these headsets and talking through these little microphones. And he was making a film about technology. And we, who were the young scientists, were behind the camera with Dr. Kleiman, who got us in there, watching this guy, right? And he had a pack of cigarettes, and he picked it up, and he said exactly, I almost quoted him. I said, in the future, the near future, this big machine behind me will be replaced by a device this big. And it will be a surveillance device. It will be blah, 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 blah. And so I basically just parodied what that guy said when I was 8 years old. And I said, you really should, before you interview somebody like me, go read my file. So the guy said, okay, enough. And so he like spoke into his wristwatch or something. But anyway, all of a sudden, the guy with the gun came and said, sir, follow me, please. I followed him. We went into, we stand by the elevator. He said, just stand here. I stood there. The door opened. He said, you will go down to the lobby. There will be someone waiting, and we'll escort you out of the building. Okay, thank you. So I went down, right? And I went, through 2 levels of guys with guns. And then just before I got to the steps, there was a guy who I was handed over to. He took my little badge off and handed it to another guy. That's all he did. He just kind of took it off me, handed it to that guy. And that guy put it into a box, and he escorted me down the steps and through the next 2 other levels of security and said, "Thank you very much for your service." And I went back to my boss, and he said, "What did you say to that guy?" I said, "He called you immediately?" "No, his boss called me." I said, "What?" I said, "Well, I guess I must have had surveillance in that room." It looked like, and he said, "What?" And I explained exactly what I went through as I just explained it to you. And he said, "That's why I didn't want to go." I said, "And so you sent me? Gee, thanks." He said, "They told me to give you this and have you sign this." And so, I looked at it. It was a non-disclosure thing. I can't say anything about it for 50 years. So it's almost that. And, there were a bunch of Benjamins in an envelope. So, it took me all of, I don't know, an hour, give or take. And I did get to eat those little crackers and drink the water and spill it everywhere and make those two guys pretty uncomfortable. I made everyone I saw there uncomfortable. So, and after that, I got to do more of that. That was like, I guess, my test, So I saw more things. But I saw, that was 88, 89, 90. I left Cornell in 91 and went to Asheville, and went to the Biltmore House and did ethnography there. And after that, I kept getting visited by folks who said, we want to hire you as a consultant. So I started my consulting career and saw many interesting things. And that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Nothing is as it seems to be. Don't believe don't believe me. Definitely don't believe yourself. Question everything and do your best, because by doing your best, I do my best in everything. I mean, I've been doing my best since I stuck that knife in the electric socket at 6 months old. My grandma taught me to do my best. Grandpa Stoll taught me to do my best. Mike taught me to do my best. Billy Kluver. So when I was 10, my parents, I was 10 around, my parents had the house in Long Island, but they also had a place in New York. And being the only one left of the siblings, I would go, when I was supposed to be with them, I'd be either Long Island or out there. And when Mr. Anderson lost his everything, that was so. And then, and that was, luckily, I at least got to have that life all the way through 8th grade and got to have that summer before they sent me off to the seminary. And so at 8th grade was probably 13. Is that how old you are in 8th grade? Give or take 12 or it was probably 13. And because freshman year, I think was 14 or 15, somewhere in there. But pretty much when I left to go to the seminary, that's when poor Mr. Anderson lost his everything, right? Because of the corporate world, It was like Astor Biltmore and all the old wealth died. The old America died on the Titanic. J.P. Morgan owned Star Lines, and there was 2 ships that were built in Northern Ireland, and they were twins of each other. And they were the 2, flagships of the Star Lines that he just bought. And one was the Titanic, and one was like the something. And the something got finished first. And they took it out, to test its little thing. And the guy who was the captain of the time on doing the little thing, took it out, out to, where they had it in the dry dock. They floated it. It went out. It was going through the channel of whatever it is. And this guy must have been super incompetent because he came too close to the shore, where along that shore, it was like big rocks, right? And he just kind of went through there like it was open water, and he was going a bit too fast, and he ripped a gash in the side of the boat from the front of the boat to almost the rear. Just, and luckily, the bottom of that waterway was only 10 feet. So it flooded the whole friggin' boat. The boat sank 10 feet. And luckily, it was sandy, not rocky, because if it was rocky, it would have probably tipped over. And it just, boom, hit the bottom and stayed there. So they could come, have guys, going like, water suits and go down there. And from the inside and the outside, they stuck metal on there, and then they pumped the water out and brought it back to dry dock and went at it. But the other boat was going to be the Titanic. And what happened was they just did a slap dab job, right? And then they spent the rest of the year, instead of really fixing that so the boat could be secure, they just did a slap dab job, and they turned the inside of that boat into the Titanic. And they named that boat the Titanic, right? And everything under the third floor, top four floors where all the rich people are, then the deck where people walk around, and then the decks below, and then about the port deck is where the poor people live, and the baggage is, right? And if you've ever seen the movie, they portray that quite well. And so as they're doing that, they have to have power in this, and they basically had the boilers going. And because of that rip in the side of the boat, it did certain structural things and mechanical things, which they just slap dabbed and fixed. They didn't really fix it right. And a month before they were all done, they had a steam rupture in one of the boilers that caught. And so they had these gigantic bunkers of coal, right? And, it's lots of coal. So they don't just throw it in there the day before they leave. I mean, that stuff had been in there. And one of them caught fire. And they couldn't put the fire out. But it wasn't really going anywhere. And they said, we'll just let it burn and burn and burn until it burns itself out. And it'll be okay. Well, it weakened certain structural motifs of the boat, which was understood. But they said, we'll just fix that later after the fire, right? But they're rushing to get this boat ready to take because it is the Titanic. It wasn't named the Titanic, it was named something else, but they just put the Titanic name on it. And they made the upper thing for all the rich people really fancy. So about 4 weeks before they were going to have the maiden voyage, J.P. Morgan has this big, wild-ass party, all the famous rich people who were in Europe, and the season was, everyone there. And he makes a big deal about this is the best boat, fastest, most, look how fancy it is, blah, blah, blah. He has his big art collector. Whole boat is full of like millions of dollars worth of art, right? And so it's going to be a great, just the best bands, the best this, the best food. It's going to be, and you'll be on the fastest one. It'll break the record to go from England to New York, blah, 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 right? And if you're anybody, you better be on, I'm going to be on the boat, right? So, everyone, Astor's, Biltmore's, all the old wealth signs on to go on the boat, right? It's going to be a great trip, blah, blah, blah. So, hours before the boat takes, 4 days before the boat takes off, the boat hasn't been, certified okay. Without that, the insurance company's not going to, certify it. Without that, the whatever Bureau of Boat certification. Well, normally that certification takes 3 weeks. I mean, they take it out, they run it around, they look at every square inch of the thing before they looked at it for 3 hours and then said, good to go. They didn't see there was a fire burning in a coal place. They didn't see that. The whole side of the boat was being just held together by tissue paper. They didn't see that, right? The telegrapher system was not really up to par. They didn't check that out, right? Because the captain of the ship was one of the most, experienced, blah, 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 and he had a lot of gravitas, and if he didn't say it was okay, he would have told those guys. But he said, everything's good to go. Well, that was 3 days before the ship off, right? So everything, all the dotted the I's, crossed the T's, insured, all's ready to go. Hours before the boat is to leave, or the day before, but like hours, like the day before, like in the afternoon, boat's going to leave at 10 in the morning. J.P. Morgan shows up and he takes all his millions of dollars worth of art off the boat. Then goes home. Then calls up and says, I'm not going to make the boat. I feel sick. You guys go without me. And all of his people, I mean, he was going to go with, who could have gotten on the boat, and they wanted to go to New York, but none of his people got on the boat. Just like a lot of people didn't go to work on 9/11, right? Like the guy, Larry, what's his name, who bought the World Trade Centers for bargain basement price, like less than a year before they got hit. And he got $1 billion, special insurance, what double pays if terrorists take out the building by flying airplanes into them. And, what's her name said, we never thought of that. What's her name? The lady who was the Georgie Porgy's Secretary of State. Anyway, what is her name? She likes baseball, football, and plays concert piano, and she was the Secretary of State. Smart woman. Anyway, whatever her name is. I just keep thinking of Heinz Ketchup, but no, that's not her. And so that boy got $2 billion. He only, and, he got bargain basement, he paid like $50 million for both World Trade Centers. And he only put down $5 million, and he borrowed that. So he actually got almost $4 billion for not putting a penny down, just signing a couple papers. And he was supposed to have a meeting in this big fancy schmancy place up near Windows on the World. And everyone showed up but him. He didn't show up. Larry didn't show up. And these were all people, financiers of him, people he owed money to. He was going to have a nice breakfast with them and they were going to work it out. They all died. And then he didn't have to pay the hundreds of millions he owed these people. So, I mean, these things are just coincidences. So the Titanic, that's not the Titanic, takes off like a bullet, right? And it's zipping on. And it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful time. And there's not a ripple in the water. And the boat is shooting through an area that has been reported to have icebergs, right? It's in the North Atlantic. And it's flying away. And, in the notes that get back to the, government, the second in command says, there are things that we should not have left. There is a fire. I've just discovered there's a fire in one of the coal bunkers, and there's leakage along the whole side, the port side of the boat. And the captain, for no reason, is going faster than, legally right through an iceberg patch. And I've made a point to say, sir, we should slow down. And we shouldn't be going so fast. And he said, oh, no, it's fine. Look, there's clear weather. We can see forever. And there's not a ripple in the water. And it's all fine. It's good. No problem. I want to make, the world's record. And that's why I'm going fast. And these rich people want to get to where they're going. And he made, he put it in his logbook and he sent this message to the naval office in London. Not to the Star office, but the naval office, and it was on record. And so, about 8 hours after that, it's nighttime. It's like maybe I don't know, somewhere between 6 and 10 p.m. They're flying along. Everyone's dancing, drinking champagne, and the guy up there, oh my God, iceberg dead ahead. And did the guy, throw it in reverse? No. Now, what the book says to do is throw it in reverse and slam into the iceberg because, yes, it'll crush the front of the boat, but you won't sink the boat, you know? The boat won't sink and everyone will be fine. Yes, some people will be thrown forward and somebody might get hurt, but it won't sink the boat. This guy is like, does not slow down, does not throw it in reverse. He tries to steer around, and that iceberg where that boat was like paper thin, just slap dab together. The iceberg goes all the way. And that's why the boat sank, because it was a boat that could never sink because they had all these, things that would come down if the water was coming up to keep the water here. But if it cuts all across the freaking boat, no matter how many of these doors you have, the water still go this way. And that's why it sank in less than 2 hours. And when they tried to there were boats all around, and there was no bad weather, and they were shooting up flares. And there was a boat from the Star Company that was within, 20 minutes of getting there. And, one of the guys said, "Sir, there are fireworks." They said fireworks. And the guy said, "Oh, that's the Titanic. They're just entertaining the people." But, flares shooting up a boat, there's certain codes, certain colors, certain this. It's not just fireworks. And the guy didn't know that. The guy who reported and the captain said, "Don't worry about it." And the guy who was the 4 star boats that were closest to the Titanic turned their telegraph off. So when the guy was desperately trying to signal for help, SOS, the telegraph device did not go far enough, but it was definitely strong enough to go to those 4 boats that was owned by JP Morgan, and they turned their telegraphs off, which was against the rules, supposed to stay on all the time. So they didn't hear it. The guy who saw the flare said, "Oh, it's just, celebration for the rich folk," and the boat sank. And all of the old rich, all the people who were dead set against the Federal Reserve died on that boat. The guys who had the money, the power to step in the way of the Federal Reserve died on the boat. And that's a little story that your griot just told you, and don't believe a word I say. But go check it out, because you just have to scratch the surface of that story and you will see a lot of interesting things. Don't believe a word I say. Please read my above comment that starts with no. Let's see. Where's no. Oh, there's no. It's a Lindsay. No. I meant John invited you. Then he. But I am a rude boy. I am. I when I was in lived in Paddington Station, there were the mods, and there were these 2 kind of gangs, and they rode little mopeds, and there were a bunch. It was like Paddington Station was like the ick. I mean, I had this apartment. My wife and I had this apartment that was it was like this. It was smaller than this room, right? It had a big bed, and you got it when you opened the door, you had to step on the bed. And the armoire, that was our closet. I had no closet. I had armoire, and the doors were cut just so the doors could open over the bed. And when you walked in, there was no light switch. There was like a parking meter, but you put in a coin and you turned it and the lights went on. And there was, and it went for X amount of watts or X amount of time. And so there was an electric heater. So you did this and you could turn a light on or you could turn the heat on. And it was, it kept you pretty warm. But that was our apartment. And we called it the house, and it had a window. But they built it and had a window, and there might have been a view one day. But years later, they built another building that was that far from the window. So the only light that came through that window was when it was like 12 noon and it was sunny, and the light came straight down. And you didn't want to see it because so much crap fell down there. There was like tampons and rubbers, and that's what's like, so when it wasn't lit up at 12 noon, you couldn't see that crap. But when the sun was there, it was pretty disgusting because all that shit was stuck to the window, and it's like, so that was the room that Don demanded I marry her. You know, after we made love one night, and that's all we did in that place because it was so small, you couldn't do anything but have great sex. It had a great bed. I mean, a big king size bed, and it only had one light straight over. So you really couldn't read, you couldn't write. There was no place to sit. You either were asleep or having sex. So that was our love nest. We called it the love nest. And the window was just full of pigeon crap, you know, condoms, pigeon tampons, you know, you name it, and pigeon crap. And that was, you know, other than our loft in Brooklyn, where she moved in the day she met me, that was our next domicile in Paddington Station. And so there's mods and rockers and guys who were called rude boys. And Don and I were so, you know, so all these gangs were always having fights. They were really into beating the crap. That was and they were these things called common houses and council houses and union halls. And they were all like, they were like pubs and bigger places where they may have bands. And then the union halls were really big, you know, 200 or 300 people could fit in there. They had a stage, and pretty much Friday, Saturday, they had a band. But the kids went to hear, wasn't the bands, they went to hear the DJ who would play the newest record that was on Top of the Pops, right? And that was it. So we would go there, and because you could go, and if you went to the Union Hall, and I still had my union card from the IBEW. If you had a union card, you got in free, and you drank free. And so we were going in the first time because it's like a quid if you're not in the union. I pulled out my union card. See, IBEW. He looked at it. He goes, America. He goes, I'm an electrician too. I'm kind of in the same unit. You can come in. And so every time we went, we made sure that guy was at the door. And so he would let us in, and he would give us these tickets where we could get drinks. And I mean serious drinks, you know, not like, you know, I mean, one ticket got you 3 pints or a thing of scotch or whiskey, like that much in a highball glass. And so we would get, because we were just down the block, you know. Anyway, we would go to this thing, and I remember the first time we went, the band is playing, I mean, a really great band, you know, and they are playing like great blues, rhythm and blues, jazz, great dance music. No one's dancing. Everyone's just sitting there, right? And I just grabbed Donna, and once you got Donna going, she loved to dance. She had that Irish dancing girl in her, but she was, you know, but she's with me. I just grabbed, come on. And I swung her around and just would swing around about 10 times, and she would take off. So we danced the whole time the band was there. We were dancing like wild, crazy people. And the band started saying, you wankers, these are the only 2 human beings here. You're waiting for it. And they gave it to them. And then the people were starting to throw cans at them and stuff. Anyway, so they went up the stage. And as they were coming on stage, why don't you come back? So we came back. And they had hash, and we hadn't smoked anything like in weeks. And so, you know, they get us totally baked. And then they take us out, and we go to all these clubs that are either mods or rockers or rude boys, right? And the rude boy were the baddest ads, you know, the mods and rockers, you know, they like to fight, but the rude boys would kill you. Anyway, so we went to all 3, and this band played for all these guys. And so they had like largesse to do pretty much anything. They were a great band. And so we went to the mods. They wanted to be, they wore like suits, you know, it's like, and this was like, you know, culturally twitching my head. And living in Paddington Station already twitched my head because the Indian folk were over there. The Pakis were over there. Every group that England had oppressed and take their country, they lived in neighborhoods all over And the white English people just treated them. You think, the 50s, that Jim Crow was bad. Anyway, and then all these gangs were just killing. I mean, people go, "Oh, it's so terrible today." This was like off the friggin' hook. The only thing that saved our ass was we knew this band, and they took us to all these places, and then they knew that we were buds of this band. And the one place, this one guy who really played a mean piano, and he was like the leader of the band, but the girls were the singers. They had 3 really great female singers, and one girl who was the lead, and she was like, knock your socks off. And she was black, and the 3 girls were black. The piano guy was definitely just white, poor boy. Drummer, white, poor boy. Guitarists, were black. And when I say black, not white people. They were all different, people of color. Some were Caribbean, some were, from Africa, some were, but they called anybody who wasn't white in London at that time black, or a pejorative, a packy, or this or that. And so anyway, it was like the first time we went to this place, we got in with these guys because we danced. They were like, they just loved the fact that we danced. They did a set for about an hour before the DJ came in, and and we didn't stop dancing. We just, because we were already bombed. The guy who let us in had already soaked us with booze. And so, we weren't really needing to drink anymore. And so once I got down out on the floor, she could dance up a storm. And we were great. We were like Ginger Oz with Fred Astaire. And so, but more fun than them. And so, anyway, and then those guys started bad-mouthing the audience. So I said, why don't you dance like these guys? Blah, 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 blah. And then the audience started throwing shit at them. So they left, and they took us with them, and we started having a friendship with them. And they lived in our neighborhood, so we hung with them a lot. And like I said, they had hash. So they kind of had a way nicer place than our little box. Right? But we went to this one group who were the Rude Boys, and they just fell in love with us. Donna, and you're a rude. And they called Donna a rude boy. And she goes, "I'm not a boy. You're a rude boy." And the rude girls would say, "No, listen. It's not that you're not a girl. It's just we're all rude boys." And Don was going. And so we had a really great time. I mean, just the best time. And we got married, right? And that's a whole nother story. I think I've told you a few times. She, before we went to Europe, before I took her to Europe, I went and met her family, and we got her stuff out of her little, and she was in a little teeny room, and her little head of her bed was, the TV was right on the other side of the wall on her head. So, for half her life, her brain was being hit by the electron gun of the TV. But anyway, she hated television. Anyway, but she had a violin and her Irish dance jig outfit and her Irish tap dance shoes and her accordion. She played the accordion and the violin, right? And so, and she had all other stuff in there, and she had this little teddy bear, and all the stuff that she had left when she went to California. Now we had this gigantic 17,000 square feet. She could definitely. So she took that, and we stayed the weekend, and her mom was like a whale on the couch eating bonbons, watching TV, and the 2 boys were like brain dead, and the father was brilliant, and he loved Donna. That was his only joy in his life. So we were there for a night and a day, right? And the brothers and the mother couldn't care less what we did, right? We were like virtually invisible to them, but the father was just, he took us out. He just had so much fun with his daughter, and he realized that she really loved me, and I loved her, and I took care of her. And so the next day, about 10, and Donna's like going through all her stuff and her books and her this, and she's really intent. And he goes, Al, I'm going to go hit some golf balls. You want to come? I said, sure. So I went to I had a lot of fun with her father. We went to a movie. He took us out to dinner, and the rest of the family just stayed home. They couldn't care less. And he could tell how much he loved his daughter, right? So anyway, and we talked, about stuff, and I realized that this guy was smart, and that he worked he worked for Raytheon. He was working on the Nike Hercules, and I'm reading aviation space, so I'm talking his lingo, and I'm Mr. Electronics, and he's like, whoa, and this guy is like rocket science smart. But he got drafted to go to the Korean War, and that's when he got into anti-aircraft missiles and was Mr. Radar. And he was going to go to Stanford to college because he was so brilliant. But he came back, and Raytheon just, he got his sweetie, high school sweetie, pregnant with Donna, and then he had to get a job. Raytheon gave him this job, and he had it, and they were paying him like he was a janitor because he didn't even have a high school diploma because they drafted him straight out, before, because they said, oh boy, you smart, we're taking you. And he was from a poor family, blah, blah, blah. So, he had a shitty life. He really kind of liked his work, but he really didn't like it because he knew that it, probably going to be used to incinerate humanity forever. Technology and the challenge of all it was, he liked that. But other than that, he hated his boss. He hated everything about everything, except he was brilliant, and he liked the challenge of figuring shit out. So he realized I was maybe not as smart as he was, but I liked figuring shit out. And so he said, let's go hit some golf balls. And so we go there, and we go to Eisenhower Park, where they have a golf course for poor people, right? So it's like a parking lot, but it's a golf course. And it's got a few trees here and there, 19 greens, but it's flat as a parking lot because this is Long Island, and it's wintertime. So, it's not grass. It's like a, concrete. So he tees off, and he goes, woo, and he gets it right on the green, and it stops. Now, my dad plays golf. I went to a prep school where they taught us to, we were the rich elite, and the rich elite play golf. So that was one of our courses. We all had to learn how to play golf. I learned how to play it, but it was not my game. So, but I knew how to play it. And so, he said, you want to hit one? And so, and it was tough. I hit it. I drive it. The wind is blowing, and it takes my ball into the next county. And but when the wind was blowing for him, and it just and he got it right on the green, and it stopped. And he played the whole thing, and 19 holes. He didn't shoot more than 2 or 3 shots per hole. So way better than whatever par was, I mean, he was a professional golfer. He was amazing, right? Because that little computer in his head, he just saw it all, and he'd been doing it since he was a kid. So I said, man, you should forget working for, Grumman or whoever you're working for, and just go play golf. I mean, he said, well, it's too late for that. I said, it's never too late. He goes, no, it is too late. I said, what do you mean? He goes, I'm going to die. I said, well, we're all going to die. He goes, no. Well, how old are you? You're 27. You got a long time. And that's why I'm talking to you this way, because the only thing I love in this world is Don. And I've seen a lot of her boyfriends, and she's had really bad luck with boyfriends. They're all schmucks. They're all these whiny bitches. She's always bending to their will. And you're the first guy that you really love her. You do everything. What makes you happy is making her happy, and you make her so happy. I'm going to start crying. Anyway, he says, you're going to marry her. Well, first he started, before he told me he was going to die, he says, You're the one. I said, what? He said, you're going to marry her. I said, what? No. We don't have that issue. She's not getting pregnant. And he goes, no, you don't understand. And I said, what do you mean? That's when he said, I'm going to die. And before I die, I want her to be married to you because you love her. You'll take care of her. You're taking care of her like no one other than me has ever even cared about her like you do. Maybe her grandma and grandpa did, but they're dead. And the grandma wasn't dead. She was a mental institution, and so she was a crone, and she chose to come to America and go shopping, and the croneness caught up to her. So anyway, and that's why, Don's mom, who was, the daughter of that, all she wanted to do is eat bonbons and watch soap operas and have her husband pay the bills. Whereas Donna was a crone. She was, triple cancer. I'm not I've researched the paranormal and psychology a great deal. And there are people who are intuitive, but no one's psychic. She was, right? So we made an interesting team. So anyway, he goes, "You're going to marry her. You're the one." And I was like, okay. And so he goes, "Don't say anything to her, right? And it'll work out. And I really love you, and I'm so happy that you're with each other. And I never let any of her boyfriends, even in the house, but you, I let you sleep in that bed because I knew you wouldn't have sex because, you had to sleep standing up." And the room she was in was smaller than the one we had in Paddington Station. At least we had a king-size bed. Anyway, so, that's kind of in there, but I don't say anything to her about it. I don't tell her he had cancer. And he said, "I'm going to stay alive until you get married," and, other than that, the only pleasure I have is to come out here and play golf and, to play on these little interesting puzzles I have at work. Anyway, so we left that afternoon, packed everything up. He drove us to the train station. We had a ton of shit. We put it on the train. We got off, got a cab, took it back to the loft. And she had her violin, and she played the violin, and she danced around. She was so happy. She played her accordion, and it was this little teeny accordion, but it was a real, it had the keyboard and the buttons. But it was like, for a leprechaun. And so she was a really good, meaning she was good at the keyboards. I mean, she's playing the keyboard on her accordion. She could play it any keyboard, right? So a few weeks later, I came home, and I came home with an amplifier, a bass guitar, and an electric keyboard. And I said, "Here, baby, we're putting this in your studio, and I want you to play it all the time. I want you to." So I don't know how to play. I said, "Well, you don't know how to play. You play your accordion, same keyboard." She goes, "Yeah, I guess you're right." So I plugged everything in, turned it on, and she started playing the thing, and she just went wild on the keyboard. She said, "I can play the piano." I said, "You always played the piano. It was called an accordion." And so she just wigged out on that and just had the greatest time. And then she picked up the bass and she goes, I said, "This is just like your fiddle, right? It's got 4 strings. And you can play it with a bow or you can pluck it. I've seen you pluck your violin, and it's got a pickup." And I said, "It's got this really interesting it's called a fuzz box. It's got 3 buttons on it, and you can make it sound, it's like, make things sound weird." And so she just went straight to it like a duck to water. No problems. And there was this girl named Beth Lapidus. If you go Google her, she started out as a visual artist. She was in our neighborhood. She was one of the only gutsy girls. This is the same thing. If they didn't know you, they kill you. But Beth was so interesting. And she became our friend right away, and she hung out with us. And so she kind of first stayed with us, and then she got her own loft in the neighborhood. And so she was the second wave of the artists. And so there are 4 girls, and they all kind of played music. And, so they didn't have instruments, but, so Don had a violin, accordion, a keyboard, and a bass guitar. And one girl had her own guitar, right? Another girl had a ukulele with a pickup, and the other girl was a drummer. And I had a buddy who was, I worked in theater, so he not only rented stage lighting, he rented, that's where I got the keyboard and the amplifier and the bass from. So he then, oh, I got this crappy pair of drums. So these girls just would go nuts. They play and play, and we'd, just have the greatest, and we'd have people would come over and we'd have parties and the girls would play. And their big happiness, Louis Tropia owned CBGB's. He was an A&R guy, and he had the money. And so the guy who was the front of CBG's, that's all he was the front. Louis actually owned the building and had it for a while, wanted to do something with it. He met that guy, and they wanted to do punk. And so Louis said, sure. And so that's how that all came about. And they had, it was like in Harlem, where they had a big theater. I forget the name, but and all these big black bands would come. The Chitlin Circuit would go through it, and every famous rock and roller played there. But they would have the People's Night. I think it was Thursday night, and people would come and play. And so the CBGB's had the same thing. So the girls played there quite often, and that's how I met Jane Fire, was through CBGB's after Don and I weren't a thing anymore. And it kind of works out that way, meaning I'm with somebody and I'm with, totally devout and committed, and no other woman, it's like I got a force field around me, And then when that person leaves or something happens, other women come into my life. Maybe not immediately, but they come into my life. And they still are coming into my life, And I live out in the middle of the woods, and I still have affairs to remember. It's like, so I guess God wants it to happen. It's a miracle. So Donna really had loads of fun playing music, but her main thing was photography. Donna Ann McAdams. If you go Google her, she's definitely she wanted to be famous, and she hit the big time. She is definitely there. And if she had stayed with me, it would have been because we were doing really well, our studio, but it was DNA, Donna and Al, And at a certain point, we were together 8 years. We had done amazing things together. It was like, it's not like I wanted to break up or anything, but I already knew this was on the horizon because, I wasn't looking for other girls, but she was, and other boys. I mean, I saw her, I got her a job, and I used to work for Xerox, and so I knew all the Xerox shops, and so I got her a job in the Xerox shop, and she was the belle of the ball in that place, and I went by to pick her up for lunch one day, and the way the windows were set, there was a mirror over here, and I was walking towards it. I didn't go in, and I wasn't in front of the window, but if she had looked at the mirror over there, she could have seen me walking up towards the place. But she was looking at this guy, and they were like talking real, like intimate, and he had his hand on her hand. And so, my little spidey sense, okay. And that was about 1.5 years before she said, we need to get divorced. I said, okay. And she said, okay. And then she said, well, that's why I'm getting divorced. I said, why is that? She goes, well, because you just don't care. I said, really? I said, no, okay, you care. Then she said, you're just a compassionate computer. You analyze everything. You're never never? Okay. Yes, when we wrestle and when we have sex, yes, there is, yes, okay. But you're still a computer. You're like Spock. But I do like that little Spockiness. And she'd always pull my ear and go, you're my Spock. Anyway, so she was doing this. And I said, no, Donna, there's another reason. And she goes, what do you mean? I said, you're having an affair, and you have been having one for 1 year. She goes, what? I said, yeah, back. And I gave her the date, the day, the date, and the time, because I am a computer. And I said, I was coming to take you to lunch, and I saw you at the counter with this guy, and he had his hand on your hand, and and my little my spidey sense, and she was like, and I said, sure, if that's what you want to do, you'll tell me what you want to do. And we were still had the studio, we were still going strong, And if you wanted to fool around, but she goes, but you never fool around. And in that whole time, you didn't fool around. I would have known. I said, that's right, because I love you and I'm true blue. But I knew, the whole time we were in Australia, you were like fooling around with girls. Well, that was okay. that was just girls, And, but nothing was ever said, meaning, everything was like in code with us. So I never got mad at anything. And I only wanted her to be happy. And if that made her happy, then that was fine. And so anyway, I said, but I'm not, if you want to get a divorce, you're the one who wanted to get married in England. I was like, fine, we open related, blah, blah, blah. And I was told, and, and you, for some reason that it turned out I never told you about your father was going to die, but you knew it for some reason and knew that he wanted to have you be married to me before he kicked off. And we did. He kicked off about 6 months after we got married, and I sent him, a letter, a copy of our marriage certificate and pictures of us getting married, and I sent it to him. And he sent me back a really nice letter to our little hole in the wall in Paddington Station. Right? I'm proud to call you my son. And he was a great guy. And we got back before he died, and I made sure that we spent a lot of time with him. And I never told her that her father was sick. We were in California, but we had spent a good 7 months of like seeing him virtually. We would go visit her. We'd go to Long Island to where my grandma was, and it was close to where he was. And he would pick up Donna's grandmother, who she loved. And those two would come to my grandma's house, and my grandma would make a real nice Italian. And he was, he was an orphan, but he was Italian, but he was, his step parents were, Irish and Scottish. So he had a Scottish last name. But anyway, McAdams. And so, so for the last 7 months, pretty much almost at least 3 times a month, we would have lunch, and we'd walk around Freeport, and we'd go to the church, and he started wanting to go to church, and, and my grandma's, hated the church, but she liked going to the church. And so Donna's father and my grandma, the church was like 2 blocks from her house. So we would stay and keep, Donna's grandma, who was company. And I had some really great pictures of that. And my dad threw those away. I mean, really, because you could see I had this strobe and I had this 20 millimeter lens that acted like a 50. And when I would take pictures of everyone, the strobe was so bright, it broke the light. And so you would see the different harmonics of the people's auras. It was like almost a Carillion camera. I mean, it was a Carillion camera, not almost. And it was, 35 millimeter black and white. And I would blow them up, and it was amazing because you could see the energetics of my grandma and her father and Donna and, the old crone grandma who was and she was like 10 different people. And my grandma loved Donna a lot, and she liked her father, not like anything, but he's a nice guy. I like this guy. And so they would go to church every time, and Donna and I would stay with the grandma. And we did that for about 7 months, and then we went to California, and we were there for about 5 months, and it just got weirder and weirder. And she, things, I could tell she wanted to change. Something had to change. So I said, so we've been here in New York a lot, and we've got it tacked down. We can go away. Why don't we go to California? Why don't we go to San Francisco and see, if that's where we should be? That that's where you used to be happy. She says, well, last time we were there, and all of that stuff. Anyway, I told that, go watch that story. I had it this afternoon about Tony and Yvonne and the flamenco dancer. Anyway, so we did. We went there, and we went, and I still had Duca, and we went. We flew there. Yeah, we flew there. No, we took the Gray Rabbit. So, because she had met, she met the Gray Rabbit and Lester when we got there with Neil, and then we were going to go back. I said, let's call up Lester. Let's see if he's going to be in Newark. Let's get a ride with him. So we went with the Gray Rabbit, and she liked that. She took a lot of pictures. She liked that. We got there, and it just didn't work out. And she got more and more depressed, more and more depressed, because nothing worked out. Everyone she knew was either moved or dead. AIDS was everywhere in San Francisco, and people were just, I never liked California. And so, we saw, we were living across the street when the People's Temple, Jim Jones, Guyana, 900 bodies, they all died drinking Kool-Aid in the equatorial forests of Guyana, and they were out there in the thing, so they blew up like tuna. And the U.S. Air Force brought the bodies back. They brought them back, and they froze. They were so big and so stinky, they dipped them in liquid nitrogen and flew them back. And they were keeping them in Baskin-Robbins trucks parked in front of the house that we were fixing up. For Herbert Wong, you do a good job. You'll be my manager of my hotel in Lake Tahoe. That's what he kept. He paid us nothing, and that was the bribe. We were going to go to Lake Tahoe. And so we fixed that place up, and we were there about a week fixing it up. And then all of a sudden, it was when Jimmy Carter was president, and the People's Temple that started in San Francisco was right across the street from us. So they brought all the bodies back to that church and kept them in these Baskin-Robbins trucks. And so when the families came to ID them, and it was in San Francisco, so the road was like that. They'd open up a Baskin-Robbins truck, and the bodies would fall out, and they were frozen with liquid nitrogen. So they would ting, 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 like bounce down the street. It was the most surreal thing. It was like we're across the street trying to have breakfast, watching bodies, jiggle down the road in front of our house that we were fixing up. It was, and the military was around. I mean, that whole thing that went down in Guyana was way weirder. It had a lot to do with the mind control. They were doing, MK Ultra experiments on these people, and it went awry, and that's why the congressman got killed. And it was a lot more weirder than has been advertised. And we were living right across the street, so we saw all these guys in suits and things in their ears, and they're talking. And it's like, and so that was Jimmy Carter was president, and so he had something to do with that. Jimmy Carter is not what nobody is what they seem to be, except your griot. And don't believe a word I say. So that was the first place Herbert sent us off. The next place he sent us off was we worked on this apartment right across the street from City Hall in San Francisco, and Mayor Moscone and Harvey Milk had gotten elected. And it was the first time that the people actually had representation in San Francisco, because the Nob Hill, the rich folk, had run California and San Francisco. If you ever see Chinatown, that really captures the kind of corruption and insanity that California really is. You should go watch that and watch it a few times, because it's got a lot of embedded, interesting shit in there. But so we're living across the thing, and we're working on this thing. And Donna knew Harvey Milk amazingly, because he was a photographer. He had a photo shop. When she started her career as a photographer in San Francisco, Harvey Milk gave her, she had a little business, and he gave her credit, right? And she was really tight with Harvey Milk. So when we got there, he was the only guy that was left from her cool friends, and he was, the second in command of San Francisco. And why they won is that the rich people played the blacks, the Hispanics, the Chinese, the Japanese, and the Italians against each other, right? And Harvey and Moscone was Italian, and the gays. And Harvey Milk was gay, but was tight with the Chinese and Hispanic community really tight. He was an alderman and he represented them, and Harvey Milk represented the Italians and the blacks. So they got 3/4 of the vote and got in. And the rich guys tried to do a swingy thing like what's his name? Downey said, they cheated. They got too many people to vote for them. They cheated. So the only person left of the old, corrupt, Gilded Age of politics of the Nob Hill was a guy named Dan White. He was a policeman, right? And he had married one of the Nob Hill guy's daughter, right? And so he's just, a working stiff policeman, and now he's an alternate, right? So he's the only guy representing the rich folk. And so he's in there trying to do that, right? Well, they're not doing too good. And the big thing that Harvey Milk and Mayor Moscone won on was that the rich guys wanted to bulldoze 3/4 of the Italian and black neighborhood and push them just out of San Francisco and take half of the Chinese property and build a convention center downtown. And nobody wanted it. Everyone who lived there didn't want it. It was going to change everything, the economics, the banking, the businesses, the highways, the traffic, you name it. It was going to screw it up. And it would only, pay for the only people who get any benefit out of it was rich guys who would up their real estate values because all these places were homes and people owned the homes. They didn't. They've been there so long, they didn't have mortgages anymore. And this is one reason why San Francisco has a real bad problem with homeless. So that's why Harvey Milk and Mayor Moscone won, right? They had the constituency and they had the issue. They won by a landslide. And it really, it totally dysfunctioned, California stopped being a rabid Ronald Reagan Republican kind of place. The first time I went to California, because I worked for Billy Graham, who owned the Fillmore East and Fillmore West, and he sent me with Chipmunk and Wavy Gravy to he bought 2 Studer and 2 Neve board Studer recorders and 16 track and 32 track. And how Billy Graham made his fortune was he had these 2 houses and he had people like Janis Joplin and Grateful Dead and all those kind of bands of the 60s. They played in those houses, and he said, listen, I will give you the door, but I'm going to record your event. So, the Allman Brothers live at the Fillmore, Janis Joplin live at the Fillmore, Jimi Hendrix live at the Fillmore, Beatles live at the Fillmore. And all of those bands, he owned those and made records and made freaking fortune. And he also made movies. And the reason why Woodstock was what it was, there were other festivals which were way more amazing than Woodstock, but he had his 32 track Studer and his Neve, and he had a real Hollywood movie company there, right? And made the movie and made the record Woodstock. And that's what made Woodstock if they didn't make the movie and then didn't make the record, no one would have known about it because it was a real, total fiasco, really. I mean, the whole thing didn't make any money because they, 500,000 people just stormed the gate. Nobody paid for anything. And they had to give them, they couldn't sell them anything. They had to give them everything. But the movie made $60 million. The record made almost $100 million. All the records from that made almost $100 million. So the guy made almost $200 million for an investment of $1.5 million. Not bad. That was Billy Graham. He was just really genius, and the most amazingly laid back guy, And he's like, top of the heap of the music industry, and yet he's like, he would talk. He would take me to lunch. We would go out. He was like a regular guy, and everyone who worked for him. Bob Goddard, who was really my boss, he respected everyone. He appreciated everyone's quality, and that's why what he did was amazing. Everyone did their best because Billy Graham was the example, And he's one of the reasons why I do everything my best, because he didn't make us do our best. He was our example. He was loads of fun. He never got on anyone's case. If you did something like that just wasn't a mistake, or he would take you over the side and talk to you and talk to you and talk to you and talk to you until, okay, I'll never do that. He wouldn't be screaming at you. He would just, give you every angle of why you shouldn't be doing it that way, right? And I'm giving, this is your third chance. I'm still going to give you another chance. And that's the kind of guy he was. And it was sad that he died in a helicopter crash. So anyway, where was going that? Oh, yes. The first time I went to California, he sends me, and it was right in the summer of love, and he sends me to Fillmore West, and we have a great time. And Wavy Gravy comes from a really super rich family, right? So he never has to worry about who's going to pay his bills, very similar to John Birmingham. But Wavy, way more. I mean, he was brought up, but so was John. John never was at a loss for anything. Never paid anything. But Wavy was like in another, he kind of went to the prep school I went to, not the same one, but a similar one in California. And and he was so much fun to hang out with. So we went there, and right in the Haight, in Berkeley, there was this place where all the homeless people, all the street people, everyone kind of crashed because it was like a junkyard. And it was where the city sewer system went down and it was broken. It was sewage everywhere. And it was just the most skankiest, nastiest. So no one bothered you there because, nobody of anything would want to fucking go there. And so Wavy has more money than God. So he gets a construction company who knows how to fix sewer systems. And the city does, people have been screaming, but poor people live there, homeless people, no one cares. Why fix it, right? And so Wavy fixes it, fills it in, puts, dirt down, puts like $250,000 worth of plants and grass. He puts sod down within, takes a week for them to fix the sewer and make it this. And within 5 days, it goes from just dirt and rock to the Garden of Eden. I mean, and he has like these tiny houses put all over it so the homeless people have a place to live. And he's fixed the homeless problem. And it's gorgeous. It's the best park in all of San Francisco. And Ronald Reagan sees it, and he calls out the National Guard and has it come in with tanks and run over the little teeny houses and bulldozes them and smashes the sewer lines so they go back to being filthy, dirty, disgusting. And everyone riots, and then the National Guard shoots people. So you've heard about poor dead in Ohio. Well, there were like 20 dead in Berkeley. In Earth People's Park. Go look that one up. See how Google has changed that. I mean, there were hundreds of people who were like really hurt bad, broken things, blood everywhere, and like 20 people dead. There were car accidents. Yes, a tank driving over someone's tent or a house. It was such like. And I wasn't saying that was way we got there. Chipmunk had a really nice place almost on the beach. So that's where I was staying. Chipmunk, we worked there. Wavy was just part of the ambiance of that scene. And he had, like I said, and that was he came there, he saw that, and he was thinking about doing that. And he decided that, okay, these guys are busy doing that. I'm going to do this. So I was there about a month fixing, because I put the system in Fillmore East, worked like a charm. The Neve people, the student people, it had a buzz in it that was just, I couldn't get rid of. There was no way they could make a clean recording. And Billy tried everybody, all the movie guys, all the recording guys. I mean, a lot of smart people in California. And so he said, he called up Bob. He said, Bob, I want you to send, Al to California and, Chipmunk's coming back on the Midnight Express. Ask, just send him. He's never been here. I'll show him a good time. And so Bob said, hey, Billy wants you to go to the West. And they got, they got the same system. We've heard about the problems. Bring your little bag of tricks and see what you can do. I said, okay. And, it was fine. But I've never been to California. Wavy, I've been hanging out with him. He's a wild, crazy guy, way fun. He's like, I don't know, 30-something. I was like 17, whatever these guys wanted me to do, great. I knew I was going to have a good time and get paid really well. And I went with the flow, as they say. And so I got there and I was working on that most of the time. But, when he got, he had this idea and he came by, he said, you want to have lunch? I'm going to take you out to lunch because I want to show you something. So I went down there and he had the contractor because he knew I worked on building stuff. So, we talked about it. I was not really Mr. Expert on the septic systems of things. But sound logical to me. And Wavy had the cash. So he says, well, I'm going to turn this into the Garden of the Earth People's Park, right? So, and that was like one of the first forays of environmentalism, because he was fixing up a tremendous toxic waste dump / industrial catastrophe. And he's not waiting for the corporations to do it. He was just going to go up and do it. And so he did. And it was great for the 3 weeks that I was there. And I was not there when Ronald Reagan called in the National Guard and killed everyone. But Wavy was, and he was a photographer too. So he kind of, it was like, I knew things sucked, but I was glad I wasn't there because I was there when, and Wavy did it in less than 2 weeks, fixing the sewer and turning it into, because he spent a lot of money. And Ronald Reagan he came there for a talk and he just pissed, the people he was definitely of the Gilded Age crowd. And he was it was commie bastards. What? Anyway, back to years later, we're in San Francisco and we see the frozen bodies going down the street. And then we move into right across from City Hall. And, Donna takes me across and we meet Harvey Milk. We have lunch with him. He's a great guy. I meet the mayor. He's a great guy. Everyone in their team is a great guy. And they're changing San Francisco for the betterment of people. And it's going to be great. So Dan White is the only leftover from the Nob Hill crew, right? And the Ronald Reagan, wacko, Gilded Age conservatives. And Ronald Reagan wasn't that much of a wacko. The people who fronted him, they were. But Ronald, I met him a couple of times. He was an Aquarian. He was not that bad of a guy. Now, I'm sure they had some electrodes in his head, but because anyway, that's another story. So we're kind of doing this, renovating this apartment, and we start hearing sirens and all kinds of noise down in front of, and what's happened is, so the Nob Hill guys nothing they do is going their way. So Dan White is the last person on the city council. So he has hypoglycemia. So he's at his father-in-law's castle, and a doctor is there and takes Dan's blood, right? Right. Then Dan eats 300 Twinkies in less than an hour. And then he drives downtown, and he's a policeman. So he has his service revolver, but he's wearing a suit. He goes in, has an argument with the mayor, Moscone, right? And he takes out a service revolver and empties it into Moscone's head, right? And no one hears that, right? And it's like in the back, and right, no one hears it. And He then leaves Mayor Moscone dead and walks out. No one said, "Hey, Dan, how you doing?" And he just was out. No blood on him. He could have just driven away. What does he do? He goes in his car. He reloads his gun. Then he goes into Harvey Milk's office because with Moscone dead, Moscone would become. Harvey Milk would become mayor. Now a gay guy would be mayor. Oh my God! So he goes and he plugs. He doesn't take him in his office. He's in a hallway with a lot of people, and he just goes up to Harvey Milk, puts a gun into his mouth, and empties his revolver into Harvey Milk's head. And he has killed the mayor and the vice mayor and the head of the city council in less than 40 minutes. Now, he is meant to be captured. People are all there. There are policemen. And Dan, what are you doing? No, Dan, don't do it. And they get him, and they put him in the Huskow, and his rich father-in-law comes with the big-time lawyer and the doctor, and says, "I want to," and the lawyer has a court order from one of the Nob Hill judges that it will be legal for this doctor to take Dan White's blood. So he does. And they prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that Dan White's blood sugar was so elevated, he was legally temporarily insane. So so immediately, like within a week, there's no anything, they go straight to the court. It's right there in San Francisco, and everyone's out front with candles and weeping and flowers, and there's always hundreds of people in front of the city hall, and there are all these gay guys, and they aren't like that kind. They're the gay guys who are pumping iron down on the beach and have muscles and wear leather jackets and chains, and so it takes 3 weeks from the time Dan White shoots the mayor, Moscone and Harvey Milk. He is found not guilty. And the community loses its shit. And before they announce it, right, they have the court cleared. There's no news people, the people from the jury come in, and there's just the judge, the legal folk, nobody else, and they say not guilty. They take Dan White, and he's never been in jail. Then put him in jail. He got to stay at the rich guy's house with a little ankle bracelet or whatever security he had. And they spirit him out the back door in an unmarked car, take him to the airport, and fly him away before it's announced. And they announce it, and everyone loses their shit. And the gay guys they go into the courthouse and rip it apart and set it on fire. And then the police come out in their riot gear, and there's like 400, riot geared police with tear gas and, rubber bullets. And they are shooting the gay guys point blank with rubber bullets and tear gas cans. And the tear gas, these guys, their adrenaline is going so much, bang, it bounces off. And I saw this, and we're up like on the 6th floor up there. Luckily, the wind was going that way. And it was like a Roman, we were like in the Colosseums. And it was just, and these guys burnt the police department to the ground, burnt the courthouse to the ground. They nearly killed 400 policemen. These policemen were shooting point blank at the guys, and it didn't stop them. And they were shooting the tear gas canisters point blank at these guys, and would bounce off them. And the guys with the tear gas is shooting out. These cops are totally in riot gear with a mask, and the gay guys would come straight to them, rip the mask off, and I saw them jamming these tear gas canisters down the mouths of and up the assholes of the police. The police did not come out on the good side, on the happy side of this little encounter, and then they marched off to where the city had all of its city vehicles, police cars and vans and all, and they burnt that to the ground. And they did something in the order like $60 million worth of damage. And what was truly amazing, that night, and all night long. And the next day, there wasn't a single mention of it on the radio or on the television. It didn't happen. And I'm a newspaper guy. I'm a photographer. So's Don. We're both. But I have the newspaper experience. I'm looking down there, and there's tons of TV guys and tons of newspaper guys taking pictures of everything. Not a single one appeared. Not a single one. And there was one person I knew from the New York Times, right? Like, look, it's Madge. Don, look, it's Madge. And she was a friend of both of ours. And Don, I used to have a photo school, and Don really got into that. And she, like I taught people to be electricians, that was one of the better things she did. She did that, but even after we split up, she continued to do that. And not like in a college or something, but kids and people who had no money. And she really did a great job. Don did so many great things. Even, after, if you go look at her, what she did, but it's kind of strange because you look at her curriculum, you look at what she's done. She was born in 1954. And it's like the record on Wikipedia starts in 1980, which is the year we got divorced, and doesn't mention anything about all the amazing stuff or the stuff, because when she was in San Francisco, she drove when she was 16. She worked at her mother. As a little girl, her mother's a dental technician. No daycare. She would go there. She learned how to do that. Then she learned how to be a dental surgeon because the doctor was getting old, and she did all his work, and he paid her, not mom, her. He started her a bank account, put that money in Don's name. And so when she was 16, she graduated high school and got the fuck out of Long Island, bought herself a Volkswagen Jetta, brand spanking new, and zipped across the country and went to California, got herself, started a little photo gig, and, got to know Harvey Milk and had a little business. And she took so many amazing pictures that the Art Institute gave her full scholarship to get her undergrad and graduate. So she had undergrad and grad. And then she worked for Rolling Stone, and she was Annie Leibowitz's first assistant. This is way before she met me. And she was the toast of the town. That's why San Francisco was her town, like New York was my town. But when we went back, when Neil and I went back, pretty much the only person who was left was Yvonne and Harvey Milk. And then when we went back this time, there was nobody except Harvey Milk, right? So it was, and everything had changed. It wasn't that kind of a peace, love, and understanding kind of place anymore. It was like really, because after the assassination, and what was really disgusting was Madame Pulowski and the other two Democratic senators, Dianne Feinstein and that other one. Those three women were from that place, and they got, Dianne Feinstein. She did the same thing as Jesse, what's his name, did with Martin Luther King. She wasn't there when it was, but she went and she took her shirt. She had a blouse. She put it in the blood because that's what Jesse did, and put it on herself and went in front of, the TV cameras and said, when Mayor Moscone died, he said, keep hope alive, and we have to, and so she became the vice mayor, and Dianne Feinstein became that, and Madame Pulowski. And what they did was, instead of going forth with what the vision of Moscone was to make San Francisco the city for the people, they handed it lock, stock, and barrel back over to the Nob Hill crowd, and they got paid off by getting elected into D.C., became senators. And the Democrats became the Republicans, and Republicans became the Democrats, and California is what it is today, because you could take all of this back to the assassination of Moscone and Harvey Milk. And what's really sick is that they bulldozed that neighborhood and put 3/4 of San Francisco working class into homeless, and they built the convention center, and they named it the Moscone Center. So when that happened, Donna went into shock. I mean, and we were there for, we finished that job, and then, Herbert wanted us to do one more job before we became the managers of the hotel Tahoe. And we were there just a few days, and it just wasn't happening. And then the phone, we got a message that Donna's father had died, and that was it. We just got on the airplane and went back to New York. And that was we did one more European extravaganza. And, when that happened, I could sense the air went out of our relationship. We had, 7 great years, went to Australia, went to Europe a number of times, did all kinds of amazing things all around New York, became the toast of the town. We had our great studio. We had, we were selling stuff and we had things exhibited in lots of museums. And why we were a great team was that she was meticulous about everything. She was like the Albert Einstein of the darkroom. Now, I could print really well because I would get into the flow, and I would but making sure that chemical is just the right temp, because that's a big difference. Greer too, in the chemical side of photography made a big difference. So the darkroom was like always stone cold solid. I built her the greatest darkroom, air conditioned, heated, ventilated, lights going on and off when things, so it was like super professional darkroom. I had already built a couple of those for newspapers. So I knew what it needed to be. And it was my sweetie, I wanted her to have the best, make her happy. And boy, she was happy in that darkroom. She printed a storm, did a lot of great prints. But she would get pretty annoyed because I bought her a focal mat. And focal mat is it's like the mirrored image of the Leica camera. The focal mat is the perfect machine to print, because once you lock it in, you can make it a bigger or smaller print without having to refocus it. I mean, it had a lot of those Germans are good with shit like that. So I knew a lot of, we got one focal mat in Australia, when we were in Alice Springs and all the Nazis there. They really loved Donna. So anyway, we had that, and I'm a very good printer. It goes with my whole little neural net and my eyes and all that stuff. I can see things. I don't even think about it. I just do it, and it's a perfect print. And that used to really piss her off, because she used to do test strips. I never did test strips. I just pick up the negative, put it in there, put it, how I wanted it to be. I would just play with the f-stop until, yep, that looks right. And she goes, how do you know that's right? Don't you do a test strip? I said, no. Just, turn the thing off, put the paper in, expose it. How much time? I said, when it feels right, and I'd have the little clock. I would, I'd put it to like 20 seconds. I'd hit the button and we'd go, and when it got to wherever it felt right, I just turned the switch so the light would go up, and I put it in there. It would be a perfect print. And she would it would piss her off. And I never even, so there's this little tool you use when you are focusing the negative to be printed. And it's this like little microscope that the light of the print, you put this little device right there, and it bounces the light off a mirror up this lens, and you see the grain of the film. And as you do this, you see how sharp you get it to the place where the grain is its sharpest. But sometimes, because of how the picture is taken, that doesn't mean that your picture is going to be, the sharpest. And that's why you do test strips. And so you do 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 test strips to see where you're focusing it and what your exposure and what your time is. Me, I would just pick the negative, put it in the carriage, get it to what size I wanted, and then I would just kind of look at it and go, yep, that's it. And then I would play with the f-stop and go, yep, that's it. And then I turn the switch, the lights would go up. I put a piece of paper in there, put the mask down, hit the button, and I'd set it at 20 seconds. And, 20 seconds would probably turn that picture black, that paper black. But I just, it was somewhere in that place, and I just hit it, and it would, and I would just hit the switch when I said that's it. Then throw it in the developer, and it would come up, and I'd put it in the fixer, and then put it in the water, and then and you can't tell. When it's in the chemicals, you can't really tell how good it is because it's a red light. You can't really tell. The only way you can tell is you go through all the baths, you wash it in the washer, and I made a really great washer, not just about in a little thing of water, but this thing that you stuck the print in, and the bubbles came up in the water. It was made out of plexiglass. I mean, I love that girl. I went to every extent. I saw this in a studio that a friend of mine had. It was real super duper, the real deal kind of commercial place. He had this thing that washed the prints. I mean, perfectly, right? So you'd never get a stain. And I said, where do you buy those? He says, oh, I had it made. I said, you had it made? He said, yeah, but it's no big deal. Go down to Canal Plastics. And he was right. I had Larry cut up some plastic, and then he had the thing to grind the grooves, and it just fit together perfectly. You could take it apart, right? I held it together totally with a big rubber band, but you could have 10 prints in there, and it cleaned them perfectly, so it never had a stain. And that was one of the things about if you put that print after it developed into a bath of water, because it was this way, you could get little bubbles. And if you didn't get that fixer off totally, it would turn it brown. So this other thing went this way, and the bubbles would come up and wash everything off. It's like putting it in a dishwasher. And so I made her one of those. So I would do that, just say, okay, this is it. Boom, ba-ding, boom, boom. Okay, that looks right. Okay, let's stop. That looks right. 20 seconds. Let's stop it there. Take it out, put it in the developer, stop bath, fixer, put it in the washing machine. After take it out, and there was this screen we had that all of the stuff I made for her. So it's a screen, and again, if you dry it the way that most people do, the print can get really crinkly. But I had this like plastic screen that kind of had a hair dryer underneath it, and it dried it flat as a pancake without a bump or a bubble, nothing, right? So, yeah, I mean, I made this thing. I mean, she definitely appreciated it. But so I would just go in and print, and she would sit there on her little stool and watch me do this. And she would just get to a point where I knock out 10 prints, no test strips, no nothing. Everyone was perfect. And she was like, how could you do that? And I said, well, you do your way. And so we had the studio, right? DNA, and we would have shows, and we put our pictures up, and I was involved in White Columns, which was a part of the Whitney, and it was owned by Port Authority. And this woman and I would have art shows, like forever. I've been doing this thing, and the Port Authority started, before the Great Depression, but they got their power with the Great Depression and FDR. So a lot of the buildings and, the Port Authority bus terminal, Port Authority, all the airports, all of their office buildings, the ferries, all the things that they ran, they had places to have art. But, after World War II, they who cares? But they still had all these places. So me and this woman, Suzanne, we got this grant from the NEA to do art in all the Port Authority things. And we got the Port Authority to get a nice chunk of change for us to do this stuff. So they were like, yeah, do whatever you want. So, later on when Don and I were married, and I'm still tight with those guys and Suzanne, under the auspices of Art for the People, we would have big art shows. And it was pretty amazing. It's one thing to have a show in a gallery that maybe 100 people will look at. It's another thing to have a show in like the Whitney Annual that maybe 1,000 people look at it. But it's pretty amazing to put your art in a place that millions of people see your stuff, So that gave us, and we were the only people doing it. I mean, Art for the People, we did performance art, we did dance, we did music, we we did more conceptual stuff. But the stuff that went into these things that were meant for paintings and sculptures and stuff like that, that's pretty much, we were the only guys putting stuff in there. And that was one of the places that Keith Haring got the idea to do is in the New York subways. All of the subway walls were what are known as a butcher tile. You know, butchers have these things and blood goes everywhere and they just hose it down, right? So it's very, nothing goes into that tile. You know, you can wash it right off. So all the subway stations were covered in this stuff. And they had, along the walls, they had these things that were like, the tile made it look like a frame. And so they had this thing that posters would go in, and the Port Authority and the MTA would rent that space because all these millions of people are going back and forth, and the advertisement would be on these things. And so every station had, I don't know, 20, 30 of these things where they would put, a poster of, cigarettes or bubble gum or whatever they're advertising. And when they didn't rent that space, they would put black paper. They would just glue the black paper on. So it's like, a nice frame and everything is black. And Keith and I would ride the subways, and I was a big subway fan. And we did all kinds of art for the people, did all kinds of art in the subways. And we had to schedule those subways. Back in the day, those subways actually ran on a schedule. So, and you could get it. You go to any of the places where you get a token, they would give you these great maps. I bet you they don't do it anymore, but it was a great, I would get hundreds. I said, can I have 20 of those maps? Sure. And I would give them away to my foreigner friends as gifts when they come to visit, and they would love it. They'd like put it in the house. I mean, they're very colorful and showed all of not only Manhattan, but, Queens and Brooklyn and Staten Island and parts of New Jersey that the PATH trains went on to, like Newark. Anyway, so it's quite a nice map. And you could just ask the guy at the token thing to give it to you, and he would. And they also had a schedule for all the lines, so you could tell when wouldn't have to wait a long time. It was going to kind of come around every 15 minutes or 20 minutes on the hour. Anyway, so we had a schedule. We'd get on a line, and we'd get on the train at one end and just go along, and we'd do it kind of late at night because there weren't any people, and there would just be a motorman and a conductor, and the conductor was in a cab, thing. We'd get in the back, and so it'd stop in a station. I would stand at the door, and I put my foot in the door, and the train could not move unless all the doors were closed. So if I put my door in the door, and it wouldn't cut my foot off. I mean, it was like just kind of want to close, hit my foot, it would just not, cut my foot off. So Keith would get out with a big piece of white chalk, and he would just, right, and go to that. And he would do however many until he got to a place where the motorman, if he was looking, could see it. So you could do one end or portion or anyway. So we did that for fun, and Keith did it and did it and did it, and then other people helped him, and sometimes he did it on his own, and he was real quick. Meaning he would just sit me, and if I had my foot in the door, he could take more than the 3 minutes that those things stop at a station, and so. But he got it down pretty good. So anyway, he did it for years to the point people, and it was like, I mean, just, like cows having sex with monsters that were being, taken away by flying saucers. I mean, just what the heck is that, right? On these pieces of black with white chalk, right? And so he was doing, and we were all poor artists. This is what his poor days. Anyway, but this is how smart this guy is. So he did it. I mean, we first did it just as fun. And then, I did it not every time he did it, but, for a week or two while it was, can you help me with this? I said, sure. So we did it and it was fun. And then I had other stuff to do, right? And so he kept doing it. He kept doing it and kept doing it to the point the New York Post started saying, who is this terrorist? This, because everyone was tagging, and the guys who did tags would go into the subway where the subways, were stored. They didn't run all the subways, and they would do these amazing spray paint murals that were unbelievable art. and they would arrest these guys and put them in jail for 2 or 3 years. I mean, but it was amazing art. And it got to a point where Art for the People, we went and got lawyers and said, no, this is public property. If you're letting us do it at these specific things in the same kind of subway tunnels, and buddy, you should let them paint them, and they should be able to do it in a safe place, because a lot of these kids got electrocuted because the third rail was there, and they're doing it in the black of night with like flashlights in their mouth, and a lot of those kids got electrocuted. So anyway, Keith was doing this, and around the same time, and everyone, and this is in the 70s when New York was bankrupt, and people were just, oh, everything's going to, and it was like going to hell. And it was being done on purpose to push, because New York City, up until then, was a manufacturing town. 3/4 of people who lived there were in rent-controlled workers' apartments. And guys like Donald Trump wanted to buy all that shit down, bulldoze it down, and put Trump Tower up and shit like that, right? So, I mean, it was not like, oh, this just happened. No, this was orchestrated. Very on the school. Go look up Robert Moses. He destroyed most of the cities in America by putting highways right through the middle of them to destroy economic groups, right? I mean, there are a lot of people, but this woman, Bell Hooks, has written, she's a sociologist. You should read her books. She's like Alana, she takes no prisoners, brilliant, amazing prose writer, and really tells the story. So, and because she grew up as a little girl in one of the projects, so she went and got her PhD. She's world famous, Bell Hooks. And so, anyway, Keith is doing this for years, and he's never getting caught. So it's at a fever pitch. The Post is making a big deal about it, that we have to capture this. He's a terrible person. He's a threat to humanity, blah, blah, blah. And these images are pornographic, blah, blah, blah. But they're amazing. Everybody loves them. They're funny. They make you scratch your head. They're just Keith Haring, right? So what does Keith do? At the height of this, he calls up the New York Post, NBC, CBS, and the New York Transit Authority, and said, listen, you want to capture this guy? He will be at such and such a station, because he's got the schedule when he will be at such and such a station at such a time, and you can arrest him there. He will be making graffiti, and you'll catch him in the act, right? So they're all there waiting. He doesn't come exactly when he says he's going to be, because he wants them all there, right? He takes the next train, gets there, and the TV guys with the lights on, everyone's prepared to capture this guy. He just saunters off the train, walks over to the first black thing, and just goes, whoo! He's got it down so he can do it in like a minute. And before they can grab him, he has done a piece of art. And he goes, this is art. My name is Keith Haring, like on TV. This is not, terrorism. This is not vandalism. This is art. And he has the whole rap down, and he gives it to, right? NBC, CBS, they get it all, New York Times, everyone's there. They get it all down. And then we at Art for the People have been going on about this. So they basically say, okay, we don't have the money to really hassle with this. We're just going to let this guy go, and all these other people, we're going to let them go, and we're going to pick certain amount of trains that these people can safely do their thing on, because we're already letting other artists do other stuff, so it's somehow not seeming logical or fair just to pick one group and another. Well, one group was white bourgeois people, and the one they were going after were black and Hispanic poor people. So, I mean, they didn't quite mention that, but Keith, who was definitely as white as you could get, and as bourgeois, came from the bourgeois scene, his parents anyway, was, strictly in the camp of those guys, the black and Hispanic, because that art. You should go. There are a lot of great photo books. If you would go, say, 1970s New York City subway art. Where is this? No, that's the other one. Yoo-hoo! See, things can just disappear on me. There it is. See, when you can't see, you have to let your other twitchy senses. Let's do it. Let's see. New York City, 1970 subway graffiti art.
These pictures should match.
Yep. Let's see. Can you see them? So it was really amazing because it got to a point every subway car, because they didn't replace, these were old subway cars. Keith Haring, New York City subway artist. Let's see what they say.
According to Smart History, Haring drew several works of art every day, over many years in the New York City subway, a system used by millions of people. While he made his subway drawings for free, they proved to be a promotional tool that catapulted him into the public spotlight and helped launch his gallery career.
Exactly. Right. Let's see if you can you see those. So that's what his art looked like. And now they have a picture of him doing it, but this is like when he's been, what they said, accepted as a fine artist. So we weren't doing it like, he's doing it for somebody taking his picture, right? Just after he got famous. Now, Keith was pretty amazing because, so his career, he's one of these guys that just took off like a rocket ship, right? And he was selling his paintings for hundreds of thousands of dollars, or at least 50 grand in the galleries. And what happened to him was that he got AIDS, right? And what he did with all his money was he didn't hoard it, or he gave it to, he started a number of AIDS organizations, and he became a spokesman. And because he was famous and he was handsome and people loved taking, he was always on TV but once he started getting AIDS and he did not hide. He stayed out and he took every penny he had and put it into the kids who were doing art and into his brethren who had AIDS. And this is when Andy Foreskin basically did, there were a number of cures. Just like today, there are a lot of things, with 19 that if you're taking, you've got good health, your immune system, you don't get that sick. It's bad for old folks, people who are compromised, but we have really done the worst in having the kids not go to school, destroyed our economy. All those people had to stay home, destroyed our economy. This is a total scam to push this country off the cliff, right? And if people respond to this in a way that is like, I'm going to get that motherfucker. No. You had to respond like Keith. Keith Haring was a great example because he could have been, he was rich and famous, and he could have let himself go into, because there were, cocktails and things that he could have taken. But his attitude was, if this isn't for everyone and I have this fame, I am going to let the public see me die. And he put he was making millions. And he didn't put, he stayed in the same he did get a nice little house. But in New York, he did have a nice little place in New York too, but he still had his little place in the Lower East Side. And he didn't hide. He wasn't in a limousine. He was always on the street. He was always talking to people. He was a total person. And so I did ask about that, but they didn't mention anything about what he did with his fame. And that's really a test of a person, is what they do with the fame. Look what, micro penis Billy does with his fame. Look what faceless Faceboy does with his fame. Look what moron Musk does with, look at all those poster boys. What are they doing with their fortune and fame? Mr. Amazon. And this is a true spiritual dynamic right at this moment. It's a test of what is humanity going to do? This is one of their little testing points, right? Whether we're worth keep going, right? And so if the general public who's starting to, and so I played that little, our friend Awakening with JP and Jimmy Dore, and they are in the got you nanny kind of thing. They are not really. I mean, the one thing I do like about JP, he always has his kid with him, and his kid is always like, so JP, he's making some serious bucks off this thing. I mean, he has he has all these things that he's selling, and it's like his little empire, right? So you have to hand it to him, because if he were deplatformed, that would put a big crimp into his little empire. But he's got his, like I said, he's the Will Rogers of the 21st century. But Will Rogers was sardonic and sarcastic, and but not mean. He didn't have a mean bone in his body. And now JP, he's hilarious, and I mean, I'm kind of, he picks on Freudenscheid a good deal, and I can get a chuckle out of it, because I'm a rude boy. Let's see, what are you guys saying here? Why are my comments not showing up? Well, they're right there, Len. I can see your comment right there. Oh, you mean comments on the comment board? I don't know. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm staying away from pushing any buttons. So whatever is going on in my channel is coming from a different universe. And that's why I want a little cadre of people who will hold the wrenches, who will be able to see what's going on. I have no idea. When I go into my, studio thing, I have no idea what that shit's about, So Len, your comments show up here. Please read my above comment that starts with no. Okay, we read that, right? Okay. But I am a rude boy. Chinatown is hailed as the best movie ever made in most circles, because it what I explained about Harvey Milk and Myra Moscone, that movie says exactly what's going on, but in the 19th. Jake, it's only Chinatown. It's like, I grew up in San Jose, and I don't miss it. Oh, you grew up, yes. California, like I said, everyone, and whenever I went to California, you're so cool, man. You're a California guy. You do great here. I hated the place. And I was, hanging out with guys at the Phil Maurice, Wavy Gravy, Chipmunk, you name it. I was hanging up on the hills. I went to, what's his name? Joni Mitchell and one of the Crosby, Still, Stash boys were there. And they were like, I mean, it was fun. It was nice. They were nice. But I knew those guys. I saw them at another time when they were at the Phil Maurice, and they were schmucks. In their nice little bungalow up in the mountains looking down towards the ocean. Yeah, and that was a cool place, I have to say. That neighborhood was like truly friggin' amazing. But still, I didn't like it. I didn't feel comfortable. I guess I'm just, at least at that time, I was too much of a New York City boy. But, I lived in Ireland, way out in the country. I was, I loved that place. I lived in Australia all over the place for 3 years. I loved every place there. I lived in Europe all over the place. I lived in a little town near Mana. Not near her brother. But out in the middle of this, you could ask her what that place is. Where did Al live? She knew. We came to understand the general neighborhood. I knew the city her brother was in, and I was in a little town like over here from it. But it was on this road that went this way. Sweden's up and down, north and south this way, and this was east and west, and or I don't know which way was which. But this Norway was here, Finland was here, and this road went across it, and that was the road I hitchhiked a lot on. But when I was leaving town, I would take the one down to Stockholm. So anyway, we zeroed in what neighborhood I lived in. She didn't know the little town and I wasn't probably pronouncing it because I haven't spoken Swedish since 1977. How much is that? Let's see. We'll just take it from 80 to 90, 90 to 2000, 2000 10, 20, that is 40 years ago. So I haven't spoken Swedish for 40 years. And I wasn't really what you would call super lingual in it. You know, I could understand more of it than I could speak because it is, from my smash mouth and weirded out ear and challenged larynx, I could not quite get my tongue around Swedish, but I kind of got to understand it, you know, and I could say certain things, you know, how much this, yeah, my vocabulary was large. I could almost have a conversation. I mean, wherever I go to a foreign land, I have this strange ear that kind of picks things up, right? And can feel what people are saying. And I would do my best to speak in their tongue, and they would be happy and, you know, grateful that I was making the effort and I wasn't being stupid about it. You know, I had a book in front of me. I was actually trying to think in their language and speak it and hear them say it. And everyone, and when you do stuff like that in foreign lands, especially in the Mideast, and I did, you know, when I tried to speak Farsi, I could do okay. I could curse, you know, I could understand curses, that's for sure. But I first pick up, because to speak a language, you first have to hear it and kind of try to understand it. And the other thing, every language has such different grammar. And the problem with most English speakers is they try to think in English grammar and not the language that they're listening to. And that's what usually gets in most people's way. So I would forget grammar totally because I wanted to forget English grammar. So I just forget grammar completely and just listen to the words and see where they came. So I could tell past, present, future, what they were kind of talking about. So that was my quick and easy way to learn. But I had to be immersed, meaning if I was in a place where people were speaking English and another language, it wouldn't work. But if I was in a place where that's all they, like, you know, France, they really just want, even if they can speak great English, and they just want to make you suffer. And if you tried to do what I did, then they'd speak English. They said, you know, and most people, when I would try and be in foreign countries and I try and do that, they would always go, you're not an American. Where are you from? And I would go, New York City. Oh, and they'd all get it. Now I'd say that in America and they wouldn't get it, but every European or Asian or African or, you know, wherever I was, who were the artists, you know, the first peoples, all first peoples, when they would see that I'm doing more than my best to understand their culture, their language, and be in their shoes rather than force them to be in mine, they would say, wow, that's I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And so you can't be an American. And I always had this kind of stranger than strange way of talking. And because I'm very correct, because that's, you know, if I'm, and you can hear me, you know, every so often when I'm not exactly correct about what I'm saying, I start to stutter, right? And the way I kept myself from stuttering was my brain was quick enough to think exactly what I'm going to say. That's why I'm a good storyteller. That's why I'm a griot, because you have to do that. Otherwise, you're going and on. You can't tell a story. So, we're going on 4 hours. So today we've done almost 10 hours of this. Let's see. Hey, Jess. I love that kind of art. Everyone sure loves him now. Yes, exactly. But everyone, when Keith, anybody who knew Keith loved Keith. He was a great guy. And he was so, I mean, he was on death's door and he said, fuck it, I'm not going to go out on my knees, you know, and I'm not going to bend to, you know, just to, like, sell a few more paintings. I remember him being at Whitney Annual and he had sores and blotches and people were really kind of upset that he was there. He had a piece of work there, right? And all he talked about was, how can you people who don't, you know, why are you scared of me? You know, you won't even touch me. You won't shake my hand. That's not the way you get this, you know. And in the early 70s and 80s, that's, or late 70s and early 80s. I mean, that's, was New York was really, people wouldn't shake people's hands. You think the pandemic's bad now. I mean, it was, AIDS was, I mean, people, they meet people, they'd spark, and I worked in the hospital, on imaging equipment. So I knew what was going on. I knew all about Anthony Fauci and what he did, and he killed millions, right? He stood right in the way for profit. That's all it was for. Anthony Foreskin, and he's, Anthony Foreskin is doing, so is micro penis Billy, These people are, but as I keep saying, this world is just an illusion, and so they, but there's a thing called karma, and I have instantaneous karma, so I have to be a good boy. Meaning, if I'm in a supermarket and the cashier gives me a dime extra and I notice it, I have to give it back to her, because otherwise I'll go out in the parking lot and somebody will run me over. Meaning, it's never quite, I don't get 10 cents of karma. And, I'm pretty absent-minded, and I can go into a store and wear a scarf or try on a hat or, put on glasses or do something and then walk out with it. Get online, buy a bunch of stuff, and I'll still have a hat with and that was Minnie Pearl, with the ticket on it. And they're looking straight at me and don't say anything, because I'm, there is not a bone or a vibe or anything about I'm trying to get over or steal something. I'm just, right? So they don't see it. It's like being invisible. I'm buying all this other shit. Why wouldn't I buy that hat? And so if I go out and find it, I'll go, oh, wow. And I'll come back and said, I was just trying this on. And I remember one time I went into a store and I went back like 2 days later, right? And the lady remembered me. And I came back and I said, I want to return this because I didn't pay for it. And the lady said, well, that was a couple of days ago. And I said, but, I just can't. And the guy waiting in the line goes, what are you, stupid? You got away with it. She didn't even know. And that's the issue. And that's, Keith Haring was like the guy who would bring the hat back, right? And so he was an amazing guy. It was an honor to be his bud, hang with him, and he hung with everybody. And like I said, he dumped a ton of his money onto those kids who were doing the subway cars, So I don't see that much of that going on. Not to say there aren't a lot of interesting people doing a lot of interesting stuff and trying to do their best and the good thing. It's just not so much. I mean, for people to think that things are as bad as they think there are, it's like, you got to give me, things are so much better than it was in the 70s. I mean, worldwide, right? Even with all the wars and the dying and the killing and all that, it's still way more. And they just want to up the ante and start a nuclear war with Russia. And there are people in Russia who are down with that because it would help their own bottom line and their own politic, like they're, Mr. Putin, he's having a hard, the people he's having the hardest thing with is his own people, right? And if he started a war, the way the Russian mentality is, they'd all line up behind him. So it's, it's a tricky situation. But I look at his energy, and he's a very smart politician, and I don't think he wants to do that. Now he's doing it, putting those guys, and he is not doing anything provocative. He's not invading anyone. He just has army folks on his land, on his border. And look at the United States. We have thousands of military people around the world. We have over 900 bases where we have 250,000 people with nuclear weapons and jet planes, and we have the largest Navy. We have 11 aircraft carrier groups that could destroy a continent, and we have them all over. They're on everyone's borders. We have them on China's borders, meaning we're all upset that China has one aircraft carrier, and it's in what is known as the South China Sea, which is named after their country because that sea is their border, and where they have that aircraft carrier is in their sovereign water. And we're like, they're a threat. Really? we spent $780 billion just the Defense Department, not the, the weapons we have. We spend billions through the State Department. We all our nuclear weapons are done by the Energy Department, and the national laboratories aren't part of the Defense Department. I mean, so we probably spend close to 2.3 trillion, the amount of money that the Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld guys lost in a space of 8 months just before, someone found about it, and in a news conference, they asked Rumsfeld on September 10th of that year, and they said, Mr. Secretary, we have some, data that we got from Freedom Information Act from the GAO that says somehow your administration misplaced $2.3 trillion in less than 6 months. Where did that go? He said, yes, we know about that, and we're concerned about it, and we have all the best people working on it. And right now, we've kind of redone the Pentagon. It was like a bad color, that we're now having a nice pastel, and have changed some windows. And there's a ring that we were totally remodeling. And before we finish that off, we have all the people. There's 180 people of bean counters and accountants, and we have all of the records and all the floppy disks and all the boxes of records, and we all have them in that ring, and they're studying it right now, and we will answer in a few months. Next day, just by chance, just a circumstance where that alleged, hijacked aircraft went into the Pentagon was right where all those people were. And the 138 people who died in the Pentagon were all of those bean counters and people who knew exactly where all that money came from or and where it went. And all of those records and all of those floppy disks were burnt up. There's no more evidence, and we can't find out. Too bad. Sorry. Next. And no one ever said a word about that ever again. And then we proceeded to spend close to $17 trillion on the war in Afghanistan, and the war in Iraq, and the war in Libya, and the war in Syria, and the war in Yemen, and the wars in Africa. $17 trillion and less. And it was actually it was in the 8 years of Obama that 17 trillion was spent. Just think where $17 trillion could go. Like maybe we could have health care in this country. Maybe we could have housing for everyone. Maybe the old wouldn't have to suffer. Like me, well, I don't suffer, but I'm a guy who can live like a millionaire on $400, but there are a lot of other old people who don't do well on that. And that's what that's what 2022 is going to be around. This stuff is no one's going to be able to kick this down the can, right? And they're going to try, and the only way that they can get people, the only way they could do that was get everyone scared shitless that they were going to die. Now that doesn't seem to happen, they're going to have to figure something else. We're going to have another war, and maybe it'll be a nuclear war. So here we are. I've told you a whole bunch of stuff. All those strings kind of tie together. All that stuff, about San Francisco is kind of about why California is the way it is, why pretty much the rest of the country is the way it is. Kind of like, things have never been right in this country, period. The fact that, we killed 600 million First Peoples, in the 400 years that we've been here. I mean, that's not just something that happened today. But, people, it happened so long ago. Why should we concern ourselves? Because we're still doing it. And maybe not 600 million, but we're still doing quite a few. And it represents a karmic string that keeps getting plucked. And every time it gets plucked, usually millions, thousands, if not millions of people die. And they usually don't die in a nice way. I mean, as soon as you're born, you're going to die, And if you are not down with your death, then you're not going to be able to live, right? So now I'm so down with living that I've died 7 times already in this life. I am that comfortable. So that's why I can do all the things I do and not go, oh, how am I going to pay my... No. If I can make somebody happy, it makes me happy. And if I do that, my day is worth it, right? That's why I do this show, Because I know it makes you guys happy, and I can feel it through the photonic energy of the internet. Let's see. Wow. What a statement. I try to make a statement like that at least lots. So, I know this is affecting you guys, so that's good. You're starting to feel a little sweat on the brow. You want to go to the bathroom. You need a drink of water. And you almost want to run out of the room, but you're not. It means you're thinking about, I might change my life. It might even be fun. It might even be the best thing I ever did in my life, is to change my life. That's why I do the show. I'm here for you guys. And again, this is a great time, a segue. Get a hold of me at the dudeawake42@gmail. 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 Dudeawake@gmail. No, dudeawake42@gmail. Get that right. And if you go to PayPal, which I love if you guys threw something in there, and not all of you are rushing out to do it. And you don't have to spend billions of dollars, not like I need a B-1 bomber, but anything you could put in. I mean, people, 15, there's one friend who sends me $17, which is what he makes an hour. So he sends me 1, hour's worth of work once or twice a month. And when I see $17 come into my PayPal, I know who it is. So, and there are other people who send way more and way less, and whatever you send is duly appreciated. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my cockles of my heart for everyone in the last, since I've been here, that has put something in there. I haven't been able to spend it, which is a good thing. It's my little cushion is getting bigger. So if you can do that, PayPal, they say who to, you go the dudeawake42@gmail, right? And people still being able to do it, but some people, for some reason, don't seem to be able to, and I have no idea. I mean, at some point this year, the cadre is going to come together. We're going to get the band and take it on the road. Not maybe all of you, but some of you, and especially those who have skill sets. And we are going to create either a platform of our own that will be totally open and totally free and totally accessible by everybody, and will not, it'll have a love bunny gate so the trolls and the bots can't get in, but everyone else can, right? It'll be a safe environment. And I remember back in the day when the internet was quite fun, because there was nobody on it except for a few people. And it was quite easy to navigate, as long as you were in a university that had a server, which was where I usually was. So, and I usually had a bunch of youngsters, teenagers. I was in my 30s and 40s at that time. And we were a crew. I'm a guy who does as crew. I'm looking for the crew. So that's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing right now. And that's why Spirit has put me in this place where I can't leave at this moment, because it's got great internet, and I can do these amazing shows 5 times a day for 15 hours a time. But right now I'm getting, what time is it? Oh, it's 1 fucking a.m. I gotta go to bed. And I gotta walk a little first and do a little Tai Chi. So anyway, I'll have another show tomorrow, maybe 2. I hope you enjoyed this one. And don't believe a word I say. This show isn't for children. It's for people of innocent of heart, but not a childish. You can even have a childish mind, but not a childish. No, how do I get it? Don't be a snowflake. You can't be a snowflake. You can't wilt. You go, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this. Well, then don't listen. Don't go to this channel. Stay away. This is not for, and see, English is a spell. So you these words, and in my little neural net saying, no, that's the wrong word. I'm trying to find the exact word. And, but then I have to say what the platform wants me to say. So it's a challenge, but I'm always up for the challenge. So I love you guys. Let's end with a good prayer. Father, hear our prayer. And every day and every way, let us take the peace of the earth and make it stronger so we can be our best. To serve love's co-creation and one love for all our relations, because our life is not about ourself. It is about the we in ourselves. So say we all. Sláinte. Okay, gang. Catch you later. Do, 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 do.